All right. Okay, you ready? Are we live? Are you gonna?
Yeah. I mean, you can let the camera go up now because people are.
Are there 200 people in your stream?
You too. I hope I hope I can face you.
Okay. Tell me when I can start talking.
I think.
Oh, yeah, Angel, show my avatar.
All right. Okay, everyone. I first want to thank everyone for coming. I know there's a bunch of people in this instance. I know for many of you it's going to be a little bit laggy. If you need to go to another instance because you're super laggy just for the announcements, that's fine. All of the announcements that are important, so right now, the announcement as well as the post-intermission announcements that I'm going to make are going to be also streamed on Sonicfox's Twitch, right? That's twitch.tv/Sonicfox. No quotation, no punctuation. So with that, I am going to start the opening announcements. Just first of all, everyone here that signed up, all of you guys signed up for the tournament on vrchessclub.net. Okay. So whenever you guys are looking at your pairings, round one pairings are up. By the way, it's not starting until until the turn of the next hour. So whatever time zone you're in, for me that would be 4 p.m. 20 minutes from now. But whenever you are looking for your pairings or what board you're at, you will go on that and check. Okay. So before we do that, before I go into the further details, I am going to give Sonicfox the floor here to make an announcement. So.
Hello, lovely people. Can y'all hear me? That sound good? Good. All right. All right. So I would like to announce that I am donating an extra $1,000 to the pot. So please, Blunder Maiden 1. Checkmate your opponents. Go crazy, but ultimately, have fun. I'll be donating an extra 1,000 to the event, to the prize pool. So, yep. So I think it's 2,000 in total now, instead of 1K. Yes, it'll be 2,000 in total. So please enjoy yourselves.
Are you making the bot right now, or are they just going to?
I guess I can get an announcement then. Sorry, I have a second announcement. I figured they would they were gonna give me this stuff to announce them right now, but I guess they haven't. So yeah, I'm getting an official chess.com bot for this event. So once it goes live, I will give you guys the links and stuff to go play it. Please beat it up. Tell me what it's like. It has a lot of really funny quips. I think the furries might like some of the night openings that I say when I do them. And yeah, once it's live, I will give you all the assets that it needs to let you guys know. So.
All right. Okay. Awesome. So in case you guys missed that, Sonicfox is doubling the prize pool. So if you were nervous about anything before, you're doubly nervous because every single dollar value, so anything in the prize pool that is cash, right? Whether it's first place or let's say the top prize for the under 2,000, whatever that number is, it is actually double now. Okay. So thanks a ton to Sonicfox for doing this. I also want to say, thanks to chess.com and Chessable for providing these prizes. They're doing so, just because they want to see the VR Chess Club grow. So, awesome stuff to them. I really appreciate it. You guys should definitely, show your love. Play some games on chess.com later, whatever. Once again, Sonicfox said that his bots is going to be with all those other bots. So how you have the Daniel Naroditsky bot, you have you had Mittens. Well, you're going to have Sonicfox, so you'll be able to play against the Sonicfox bot. Okay, so now with that, let's go ahead and go to how the tournament is going to work. So I am just going to reiterate some of the rules for everyone. So of course, this tournament, as you guys all should know, because you all fill out the form, is VR only. At no point are you allowed to swap to desktop or anything like that. You are expected to have some way to keep your headset charged. Not all headsets last for the 5 hours that this tournament's expected to be. So you need to have some way to make sure that you're not going to have that problem. Whenever it comes to if you're late for a round, you have 2 minutes to join once the round starts. Okay, so once I say, the round is starting, or once the tournament director in your room says the round is starting, then you have 2 minutes. If you can't make it in 2 minutes, you get a forfeit for that round. Okay, this is very important. We cannot let it go. We cannot give you extra time, because any extra time we give extends the length of the tournament, and it sets all the future rounds, off. Okay, so if you disconnect during a round, we say that you have 1 minute to reconnect. Okay, this is 1 minute from whenever the tournament director starts the count. So, if your opponent disconnects, you can come and tell the tournament director. Most of you guys, depending on what instance you're in, you'll see either Astra, myself, I'll be in this instance. May will be in another instance, and Astra will be in another. So Colt, 45, Astra, and May are the tournament director. Okay. So if you have questions, you can ask them. On the website, so the VRChessClub.net, that's where you'll see your pairings, as I had mentioned earlier. If you guys are curious, all round one pairings are up. So if you want to see where you need to go for round one, then you will be able to see that. Don't do it right now. Wait till I'm done with the announcements. But also, on that same pairings list, you should also see where you can submit your results. So one of the players, after a game, is required to submit the results. Double check, make sure that someone doesn't submit the wrong results for you. It's usually not a case of them doing it on purpose. It might be a mistake. Just make sure that is done correctly. Most of you guys have played in our tournaments before, so you should all be okay with that. While you're playing, you need to have active controllers. All right, you can't have your controller turn off. This is also a part of the fair play agreement that you guys made. And in addition to that, remember that this is going to be 8 rounds. It's 4 rounds followed by a 30-minute intermission. It's not an hour intermission, because the 4th round does take a certain amount of time. So it is 4 rounds, 30-minute intermission, 30-minute intermission followed by 4 more rounds for a total of 8 rounds. The time control is 10 plus 5. Okay, we're following the standard chess.com rules for flags that you may be used to. So if, for example, you run out of time, but your opponent does not have enough material to mate, that would be considered a draw. Okay. In addition to that, we will, again, be streaming this entire thing. It's actually streaming right now on Sonicfox's Twitch. The person that is streaming it will be Angels. So on some of these boards, if Angels is near the board, and you'll see the text box on her head to not block the camera, just make sure you don't block where the camera is. You might not be able to see it, but it's currently on boards 8, 9, and 10. And so that, just make sure that you don't block her there. We also may have a few people coming in and looking and kind of seeing what's going on. So if if there's some people talking and like walking around, just kind of don't worry about that. Just focus on your games. I think that is it for the announcements. Now, you guys, if you want to, you can look up your pairings. Round one pairings are up. The instance that you need to go to, you can see if you go to group activity. Okay, so if you pull up your menu, you click on social, and you click on group activity, you'll see 3 tournament instances. Each instance, instead of an instance number, each instance says either board 1 through 10, board 11 through 20, or board 21 through 30. Okay, that'll tell you which instance you need to be in. Okay. So we do have 14 minutes before the start of round one. Round one will be starting on the dot. So I would recommend everyone go, work out, figure out which board you need to be on, and go, and you can wait in that instance. Okay, remember, we won't be starting until exactly 4 o'clock CST or 2 o'clock PST on the dot. So that is the announcements. You guys can go do that.
Yeah, I'm board 20. Dude, my opponent is 1,500.
Okay.
Ranked.
So I'm gonna leave the call,
I
Angels.
don't even know what my opponent is playing.
Oh, I already left the call. So let me go ahead and join the call with the TDs.
All right, all right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our VR Chess Winter Invitational Tournament. This is going to be our final chess tournament for the year. We host this pretty much every 1 to 2 weeks, and we are going to be joined very momentarily by a very special guest. We're going to be joined by Phia, VR extraordinaire. She'll be joining us in the commentary zone and kind of just getting a peek as to what we do here in our realm of the VR atmosphere. So we're going to get some questions down, kind of give the rundown, and then we are going to be starting round 1 pretty soon. Pretty soon. So just stay put. We are going to get things underway real soon. Wah, 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 oh. You are correct. This is, in fact, not a fighting game. Whoa. All right, for those of you who don't know how this works, this is going to be a 10 plus 5 matchup. 10 minutes plus 5-second increment, 5-second increment for all players to be making their moves. So each round is going to be lasting roughly half an hour. There's going to be 8 rounds total. First 4 rounds is going to be commentated by Mankey and myself. Then we're going to have a bit of an intermission just so everyone can relax, take a bit of a break, because chess can be pretty grueling. And then after that, we're going to have 4 more rounds. So 8 rounds total, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very exciting time. If you haven't caught the details, Sonicfox is adding $1,000 to the tournament on top of Chess.com's $1,000. So this is going to be a $2,000 prize pool with $500 going to first place.
Yep, and we've got some pretty strong players today as well. I think, UNLorD, how many players do we have with us which are over 2,000 today?
Over 2,000? Oh man, it's actually quite a few players. I want to estimate we have maybe like 6 or 7 players who are 2,000 up. And on top of that, we have one candidate master as well, trustworthy, rated about 2,600 bullets, fearsome opponents, and he's going to be kind of the person to keep our eyes on as we go through this entire tournament. All right.
Oh,
hey, what's up?
I'm just making one quick announcement for the stream. I got confirmation from the chess.com website that the bot will be live in 5 minutes, my Sonicfox official chess.com bot. So go play that when it goes live if you're watching from home. And yeah, go crazy.
Oh boy, that's gonna be super exciting. I know I'm gonna check it out after this. I get to play against Sonicfox every once in a while, but we'll see how the bot compares to his mighty strength. What rank is Sonic? Sonic is about a 1,700 on chess.com. I'm not sure what the bot's elo is going to be set to be, but as far as his strength in VR chat is considered, he's around 1,700 chess.com. Yeah, definitely a decent rating indeed. Not too many people can or not too many people have the grit to kind of climb into the higher upper echelons of the chess elo ladder, but 1,700 is nothing to scoff at.
So out of our top 3 players, UNLorD, who do you think is going to win this tournament? I believe that's Trustworthy, Silver, and IronFootW.
Oh, yeah. So, Those three players that Mickey just mentioned, Trustworthy, Silver, and Ironfoot, those are our three heavy hitters, not just in this tournament, but within our entire community. Those are the players that oftentimes go toe-to-toe in these matches. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who manages to climb up on the top, or maybe we're going to have an underdog win this entire thing. We'll have to wait and see. Again, there's plenty of strong players to go around in this tournament, so we're going to have a lot of fun just seeing who climbs to the very top. Okay, matches are about to start pretty soon. It looks like for the first board, we have Blub, who is about to start pretty soon. Looks like he is patiently waiting for his opponent, JT, who's not quite in just yet. We'll just give him a little bit of time. This is not Blitz. This is 10 plus 5 rapid tournament. So we have plenty of fun chess. All right, Mankey. What time is it for you right now?
It is 1 minute until 10 p.m. here in the UK.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Okay, 1:59. We have about a minute left until everything starts. I believe Blub may still be waiting for his opponent, however, I think his opponent has yet to show up.
So do you think it would be a case of starting the clock if their opponent isn't present? If that's even possible.
All right, so it looks like Blub's opponent is not quite here just yet. Let's see if we can move. Let's see if we can go on to board C with Drew. I think that would be it looks like their game has started. Oh. Mhm.
Okay, well, looking pretty strong for White. I'm very much favoring their position here. Already looking like they have many opportunities for some kind of aggression in this play.
Yep, definitely for sure. It looks like White in this position has quite a commanding control over the center right now. There's the D pawn, E pawn, and the F pawn push to support the center. All of White's pieces are working in harmony right now to kind of just wrestle control of that center space.
I would imagine Black is intending to castle kingside here, and with White's both bishops staring down on Black's kingside, that could lead to a pretty strong attack later on in the mid game.
All right, we're going to switch over to board A right now, Mickey. It looks like that game has started over there. So this is going to be our featured matchup. We have Blub versus Trey. Blub is going to be Blub is playing with the white pieces against Trey. Just to give the viewers a little bit of insight into both players. Trey is one of our more less experienced players, but he definitely can put up a bit of a fight. But he does have a little bit of a thorny path ahead of him. That is Blub. Blub is sitting at around 18 or 1900 chess.com. So this is going to be, there's a little bit of a disparity here, but that's not to say that we are going to immediately dismiss Trey from the ring right now. Trey is about, I'd say 1,000, so there's about an 800 point difference between the two of them. We'll see how these two players do get out on the 64 squares. What do you think of the position so far, Minky?
Well, I'd like to see White bring their kingside rook to d1, I think, pinning Black's bishop against their queen. I think the queen and light squared bishop battery is not so useful at the moment, so maybe we'll see them readjust their position in a moment too.
Yeah, speaking of pieces that are, well, it looks like Blub is taking your advice, moving that queen back to c2, kind of just getting it out of the way of that open b file, also repositioning it. Ooh, I like these moves. Good chess being played all around. But speaking of pieces that are not really too effective, I kind of can't help but grimace a little bit at Black's pieces right now. That, especially that light squared bishop on d7, it's right now it's trapped defending the c and e pawns right now. It doesn't really look too pretty. It looks like a glorified pawn to me.
Yeah, it's certainly looking rather locked in there. And again, you know, rook d1 from white hairs would be pretty strong in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
feels
bishop
like
to b2 is equally as strong.
Here, it kind of feels like all of the best moves in the position are just the most natural moves. Just bringing your rooks to the center. All the pieces for white are beautifully developed. You can see those two bishops just eyeing white's king right now, or black's king right now, rather. Ooh, checkmate threat is being set up right now. We're going to see how Trey decides to respond to this checkmate threat. Right now, both that queen and the bishop are setting up a pretty devastating battery, hitting that g7 square in front of black's king, which would be checkmate in one. He's going to have to come up with a way to resolve the situation here.
Well, that's certainly one way, and at the same time, black can perhaps think about their own tack in due time. But of course, moving the queen to g5 means that they've lost the bishop that they had on d7.
Yeah, personally, I think a more modest approach would have been good here. You kind of have to keep an eye on all of your pieces, just making sure that whenever you move a piece, you're not inadvertently undefending another one. Now, unfortunately, black here is going to be riddled with a lot of questions, a lot of problems to solve in the position. Now the bishop on c7 is hanging. The pawn that bishop was so adamantly defending. The c and e pawns are all hanging. Right now, this position is looking a little bit devastating. Right now, I think Trey is kind of running through his head right now, trying to figure out all the questions that we posed so far. This is pretty tough. It doesn't look like there's really a clean answer here to deal with that queen that just infiltrated ruthlessly into Black's territory.
He's certainly taken his time, and I think he needs to in this position, being down that bishop now.
It's a little bit tough though, Minky. What do you think? It's hard for me to come up with moves in this position that just don't result in like immediate like additional material loss on top of that bishop that was lost on e7 or on d7. Is there any move here that strikes your fancy here? I'm not really seeing anything that can hold the position as is. It looks like something's going to have to fall.
Yes, well, I mean, the dark squared bishop is currently under attack, so that needs to either be moved or defended. And now we see that Black has chosen to move bishop to b6 in order to not lose it. Of course, White has the opportunity to take the pawn on e6 now with either the bishop or the queen causing a check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sometimes positions like this is a little bit tough. There's so many good moves here for White. We're gonna have to decide. All right, looks like Blub decides to take the e pawn with his queen with check, just scooping up all of the pawns that are hanging in the position. Blub wisely decides to retreat his queen away from the open files. One of the consequences of taking all of Black's center pawns is that those rooks on the C and F file are just open to attack. So the queen was sitting on d5, but a simple rook slide over to d8 would have forced White to move the queen away. So I think it's good that White is being a little proactive here.
Even though White is up on position, they're also up on material. So if they can just force down trades and simplify to an endgame, that is just fine too. And rook to d1 from White does just that in this position.
Mm-hmm. If we just count all of the pieces that are on the board, not including the king and the pawns, you'll see that again. Black is unfortunately a bishop down, so if all the pieces get traded off one for one, White's going to be up with one bishop while Black will have absolutely nothing. So it's going to be in Black's best interest to try to avoid making unnecessary trades, because each trade just just brings Black one step closer to doom. You're going to see that Blub here is going to play... Oh, actually, it elects to take the pawn instead of being extremely pawn hungry. Not entirely necessary, but also understandable nonetheless. Oh, all right. I like this. Black's setting up a counter shot, trying to set up a cheeky mated one here, lining up that bishop and that queen with White's pawn on h2. That would be checkmate in one if that manages to land. Of course, Blub's going to see that, no problem. Yep. Perfect antidote.
Yes, it would have been very unfortunate to miss that defense there. I've certainly fallen victim to something like that a few times as well.
Yeah, one thing that sometimes people kind of fall victim to is getting a little bit complacent when you are ahead on the board, when you know that you're winning a material. Sometimes it's easy for you to always just worry about your own plans. Oh, unfortunately, that's going to fall into a
That is a
main one.
checkmate, and that is it.
Yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying, it's pretty easy sometimes to kind of think, oh, I'm ahead in material, I'm up a piece. There's no need for me to think. I'll just put my pieces here, kind of ignore what my opponent's doing. But you always have to remember, it's a two-player game. You always have to worry about what you and your opponent are doing, because if you decide to ignore your opponent, they might unleash a devastating attack on you, and you're going to be forced to give up your own material or even potentially lose the game. It does look like that game ended rather early. So we are going to see here if we can move on to board C. Right, it looks like though that game that we were originally looking at is still underway. If we can move on to board C. Alrighty here. Okay, so looks like we have our two opponents right here, Drew versus Queen. All right, again, Queen is the one who is favored to win here. It's about a 600, 700 elo difference here. Queen sitting at around 1800, Drew at 1000 respectively. And I think that does reflect in the position. As you can see here, White has that connect 4 pawn structure all the way ranging from the D squares. All those pawns just gobbling up control of that center. How do you feel about this position, Mankey?
Well, material looks fairly even, and neither player has managed a castle yet, it seems, so both kings could become quite vulnerable here in a moment if they fail to find a castling opportunity.
It feels a little bit strange for White to castle. I would suspect that White may not be castling this game, because if White were to castle, then the H-pawn would be hanging that pawn on H4, since Black also chose not to castle, so that would just kind of invite a free way for the rook to participate in attacking the Black king. Also, on top of that, if you notice, all of White's pawns are on the light squares, and one thing you'll notice is that Black has a dark squared bishop, even though it's not active right now. If Black is somehow able to get their bishop onto the C5 square where Black's knight currently is, then that's just going to laser down that entire diagonal.
Yeah, I'd very much like to see either opponent take advantage of the fact that the kings are vulnerable and see some kind of maneuver or attack towards each opponent's king in some regard.
One thing to keep in mind, though, White's time is running a little bit low here. It looks like White's going to have to be a little bit careful with the time management here. Right now, Black is sitting at 5 minutes, but it looks like White only has about 2.5 minutes. So Black has double the time, which in a time pressure scenario, again, anything can happen. Yeah, right now, Black needs to come up with a way to resolve some of the problems that are apparent in the position here. You'll notice that White's knight on b5 is perfectly poised to hop into the c7 square, delivering a check and a fork on the rook and the king. I haven't been looking too much into here. Is there a reason why Black cannot take the knight on b5? Or would that just unleash an attack that's a little bit too devastating? So let's say the pawn takes the knight and the bishop recaptures with check. What would happen in that resulting position?
Well, Black's options could be to move their knight on f6 to d7 to block the check, or Black's king would have to move on to a dark square, which could lead to White using their dark squared bishop to deliver another check once that happens.
Mhm. This to me kind of feels like one of those scenarios where you may have to just call White's bluff. Unfortunately, there isn't really too. If you allow the knight to remain there, there's not too much that's Black is going to have going for them, because now again, Black allows the fork to happen, which White does in fact play. So that rook is going to be lost. Not only that, but the position is a couple of moves away from just entirely opening up. You'll see that Black's king right now is on the d file. So if let's say White were to play a move like d takes c6, so White's pawn would take the c6 pawn, and that would also open up that d file, which again the king is currently on, which looks pretty fearsome as well. Yeah, we can already feel the stress that Black is feeling in the position right now. Black, again, used to have almost basically double of White's time, but that time advantage has completely melted away. Now they're at equal time. Both sides have 2.5 minutes left. And yeah, Black realizes he's in trouble here.
Yeah, I'm really unsure what they can do to regain control of this game.
Yeah, this is just a little bit tough. All of White's pieces are working in harmony right now. Yep, takes away the
Now, if
check.
Black takes that, they've lost their queen. With bishop takes b5, causing a fork. There it is.
Unfortunately, this looks like that's going to be the end of that. There's not really too much else that can happen. Yep, and just as we say that, Black resigns, realizes that this might be a little bit too difficult to come back from. And so far, these games have been a little bit one-sided, but we are going to have the matches kind of equal themselves out as the rounds go on. Again, this is the first round, so since this is a bit of an open tournament, there's going to be maybe a bit of a disparity between some of the matches, but that will again even out as the tournament goes on. So right now it does look like all the first rounds for all the boards we have set up are complete. So we are going to just hang tight. We have about 10 minutes left until the next match. Stay tuned. We are going to take a 10-minute break just to let all the players rest. Again, the next round will start at, as you can see there, 4:30 on the dot. So stay tuned. All right, and welcome back, everyone. We are joined here today by Blub, our first winner for round 1. He was able to take the jaws of victory and clamp down against his opponent, Trey. Blub, how do you feel about that game?
I mean, it was scary initially because Trey did a little bit of a Magnus Carlsen and arrived at the very last moment, seconds between playing or not. And then the game, in the game, there was definitely I definitely need to warm up a bit because I actually made a mistake pretty early on, and he could have brought me into an isolated queen pawn position and exploited that a bit. But then after some initial troubles, it got into an interesting game with some complexities, and then I ended up winning. Then he ended up blundering a bishop and then some pawns, and it just went from there. So, pretty typical game, but it was fun. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Pretty fast game.
Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you think you're gonna do for this entire tournament? It seems like you're off to a pretty good momentum here. You have one win under your belt. You think you'll be able to keep up the pace for the rest of the tournament?
Honestly, first time playing in a chess tournament in around a year. Um, so I'm not sure. I think my rating might be a little bit inflated right now, because I've been off chess for so long, doing streaming and yada yada. So a little bit scared with how I'm gonna go with people close to my rating, around 1800. But I come in here. I've noticed a lot of other people are a lot more nervous than me. I'm fairly calm. I'm just kind of vibing. So I think that's actually going to be an advantage for me. I think my calmness is going to keep me a clearer mind, and that might give me a little bit of an edge in the games.
Oh, all right. And do you feel like you mentioned briefly that you've been doing a lot of streaming. Do you feel like having that experience of kind of being in the spotlight is helping you in any way in this tournament?
Well, I don't really feel in the spotlight at all. So I guess so. If people do feel like they're in the spotlight playing these, then I guess so. But yeah, I'm not feeling that way.
All right. And any final words for the audience?
I mean, chess. Chess is fun. Let's play some chess.
Yep. Blub, as well as the rest of us, are available to play in the VR chat chess world. If you ever decide to hop on, take a look at the scene, you might see Blub here. You can hit up any of us for a game and have a good time. So, thank you so much, Blub, for the interview. I believe our games will be starting in just a moment. We are going to take, again, just a quick break. We will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back everyone to the second round of the VR Chess 2023 Winter Invitational. Again, my name is UNLorD. We're joined here with Mankey, your co-commentators for today. We are starting round 2 out of 8 very, very soon. All the players are getting situated. They're getting underway right now. There's a little bit of swapping right now. We have quite a few participants. We have about nearly 60 people participating in this tournament. So it takes a bit of time for everyone to get situated, but it does look like we are starting to get the rounds underway right now. So, how are you feeling so far, Mankey?
Pretty good. I'm keen to see some interesting games today. Certainly from some of our top players here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Speaking of top players, I do want to take a look at board B right now. It looks like the players for those two at that board is being set up right now. They're all underway. They're about to start the first move. Looks like here we have Olive versus let's see here. Olive versus Bam. All right, so Bam is one of our younger chess players here in our scene. And he's rated about 1,000 or so, give or take. And he's, to my knowledge, he's 15. So he's a bit on the younger side for sure. And he's facing against Olive right now. Wow, their pieces are flying right now. Both players playing at the speed of light. But just to finish that quick thought, Olive is rated about 1,900 or so. So again, a little bit of a disparity here, but again, can't count both players out just yet. Chess is not a numbers game. Ultimately, you're playing against the people, not the number. All right, how do you feel about this opening so far, Mankey? Looks like we're going into it's a D pawn opening.
I mean, I like it. I think Black wants to gain a lot of control of that center there, especially with the V-encoded bishop on B7.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty, fiery of them to play pawn to F5 if they intend to castle kingside.
Yep. Olive is a Dutch player, and it looks like he's settling for a classical Dutch right now, responding with F5 in response to D4 move 1, breaking all the chess principles as we know it. It's generally not advised to push that pawn first, since, as you notice, that diagonal where the king used to be on E8 is just completely exposed. So it's just one thing that you do have to take care of. The Dutch is definitely a pretty unique way of attempting to wrestle control of the center. Definitely not the most beginner friendly though, but I think since Olive is the one piloting it, he'll be fine.
Now this position, I would love to see White Castle Queenside instead of Kingside, and then launch an attack into Black's Kingside by pushing pawns aggressively.
It does feel like the position is calling for it. Oh, okay. This might be a little bit dangerous here, castling queenside now, just given that the B file is a semi-open file. You'll notice that White no longer has a pawn on the B file that would act as kind of a shield for White's king should he decide to queenside castle. So we'll see how White decides to handle this.
An interesting possibility
Mhm.
is actually for
Go
White to not castle at all here and just play king d2. There is enough protection there, in my opinion, in the center to cover that king and still launch an attack on the right side of the board.
That's what I was thinking exactly. It doesn't, just given where all of the pieces are right now, White's light squared bishop on f1 is currently stuck because of the queen, and you'll also notice that it looks like Black's light squared bishop, again, it's Phia encountered, is looking at the long diagonal. So I would think twice before making any decisions such as kingside castling. I don't think that's on the menu for White with the position as it is right now. We do see that White launching a small attack, just posing some questions. White's knight on f4 was targeting that loose pawn, that loose e pawn on e6, and Black expertly defends with the queen going to e7, also connecting the rooks at the same time. So, good chess being played here. Very good chess indeed. This move c4, I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. It kind of feels like Black's king becomes a little bit more airy here. You'll notice again that diagonal, even though Black doesn't have a dark squared bishop to necessarily take advantage of that open diagonal, it does feel like the king safety definitely is something that's a little bit more up for debate here with that most recent pawn move. Is White trying to play d5 to break open the center?
Pretty risky if they do. They could open up their own king to some kind of rook-queen battery up the top there.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like that's what's happening now. The position is getting all pawns are flying off the board. All the center pawns. Again, you'll notice that White's king is still in the center of the board, so White's gonna have to be pretty careful here just to make sure that they're not falling to any tactics. You'll notice that Black's queen and rook are on the same file as the king, so this is looking a little dangerous for White. Looks like he is going to have to castle soon. One question though, what do you do with that light squared bishop on f1? Not sure. What do you think, Mickey?
Well, I think they've chosen to move it to d3 here, which allows White to finally castle kingside, at least.
I was actually thinking of playing bishop to e2 instead, because I thought you would want to contest that light squared bishop, but it does look like White is managing to hold here for the time being. Black decided to move their bishop from b7 to a6. But we'll just have to be a little bit careful with that rook on f1. The bishop is x-raying that rook through the pawn and the bishop. We'll have to see if there is anything here for Black, so for them to take advantage of this position. I'm not quite seeing anything that can be done just yet, but we'll have to wait and see.
Now, a pretty, yeah, I was going to suggest that knight to d5, attacking black's queen, but at the same time attacking the pawn on c7, which would cause a fork against the light squared bishop and a rook.
I'm not really too sure.
So this
if
is a
much
pretty
can
strong
be-
move from white.
I'm not really too sure if much can be done here, to be honest. It doesn't look like there's any counter shots that black can do against this here. This piece is going to fall. That c-pawn falling.
It's falling, but
It's-
at least they won't lose the bishop after moving the rook.
Mhm. The bishop will be falling. I think it is in white's best interest to take just to snap that bishop off the board. Right now, there is quite a monumental amount of pressure that is being directed towards that c-pawn and that diagonal. You'll notice that after the resulting capture, there's going to be a queen and a rook staring at that pawn on c4. One thing that would be interesting is seeing whether or not white's going to be able to take advantage of the fact that the d-pawn is now hanging since the c-pawn is lost.
Well, I can see here if white does choose to take the bishop and black recaptures the queen, there is a discovery with the pawn on c4 by just simply pushing it up.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
There it is. All right, so c5 here looks like a pretty strong move. Whoa, my gosh. Bam plays it no hesitation. And he's been improving at chess very rapidly. Yeah, he's a much stronger foe than when he initially joined us in our VR chat sphere. He chooses to take the B pawn instead of the D pawn. I'm not sure how.
Yeah,
I feel
strange
about that.
choice. I as a player, I would have probably taken d6 there.
I agree. That it feels like there's a lot more holes in the position now. It feels like with the current placement of white's queen, everything was kind of just geared towards having that D pawn uncontested and just trying to push it all the way to the other side of the board to promote it. But now it's going to be a lot more difficult to try to find a way to take care of that D pawn now. It might be a little bit tough for white to try to get rid of that pawn there. Yeah. Yeah, as one of the viewers pointed out, if let's say white were to take that D pawn, and the black's queen would not be able to recapture because there would have been a discovery with bishop takes h7 check, winning the queen. That being said, white does have to be a little bit careful here. This isn't the easiest position to navigate, despite being a pawn up. None of the pawns that either player has are passed pawns just yet, so there's going to be a lot of maneuvering that still needs to be done. Yeah, Bam is playing extremely well, posing so many questions to the opponent. It feels a little bit ugly to play. It exposes the king, but is there any move that can be played here besides g6?
Yeah, trouble is g6 may not work because bishop can just take on g6 exactly, just like that.
But the thing is, if you decided to play h6 instead, then there would just be
Queen to g6,
yeah, queen g6, and that would just be forced mate. Man, Olive has so much time left in this position, but I don't think time is going to help him here. All the time in the world isn't really going to matter if your position is looking this shaky. Unfortunately, this is one of the downsides if you remember, all the way back to move 1, Olive elected to play f5 as his first move, jettisoning that pawn all the way up from f7. That pawn on f7 would have been very useful here, all the way looking all the way back now to the present. If that pawn was still on f7, then this attack wouldn't be possible. Unfortunately, with openings such as the Dutch, this is one of the risks that you take when you try to play positions such as these. Sometimes White's just able to take full advantage of the fact that you've moved one of those kingside pawns, and it can lead to very deadly attacks, such as ones that we see here.
So White's intention here was probably to play rook to e8, an aggressive move, but this can no longer be played due to the fact that Black's queen is on c3, forking both rooks at once. So the moment White tries to move the rook onto e8, the rook on a1 will be taken by the queen with a check. And now we see Black setting up a battery with the rook and queen to hit the pawn on f2.
Yeah, quite the tough position here. Okay, looks like Black is making a bit of a threat of his own, threatening to take the pawn on f2 with check. It doesn't look like too much would result out of that ensuing position.
Oh. White has allowed the take on f2.
Yeah, but they did allow it, but it's hard to find any continuation here. Putting the rook on f7 doesn't really accomplish much. There's just way too many of White's pieces that are looking at that f1 square. And right now, oh man, White is actually threatening to play rook f1 here.
Yep, rook f1, very strong move.
Rook f1 will just seal the deal here. I think there's not really too much that would be said. Actually, would rook f1 hang mate? Oh, that hangs mate, doesn't it? That'd be very unfortunate. Rook f1 looks like a good move, but can't be played just yet. Okay, yeah, all hands on deck on trying to defend that. Trying to defend this position right now. Oh man, this is a tough position. What do you do for moves here as Black? It feels like everything is just so. This move is just, or this board rather, is just so dangerous for both players.
Yeah, it really is. And the trouble for Black is Their knight is very inactive on the other side of the board, not essentially doing very much at this moment. So it's almost like black is down material in this position at current.
Yeah, if black could just get 1 or 2 extra moves to put that knight onto a square such as c3, then this position would be a lot easier. But I'm not sure if black has time to be making moves such as knight d5. Wow, black decides to play king g7. What a move!
Yeah.
That was not a move that came up on my radar. Well, enlisting the forces of your own king to defend that rook on f7, that's insane. All right, looks like my co-commentator just crashed. Things happened, unfortunately. He will be coming back in just a moment. As far as it is right now, though, it does feel like this position is just very, very wild. Again, black's king on g7 is very airy. With so many pieces still on the board, it's pretty tough. A lot of moves are going to have to be made very precisely. Alright, black's queen is in a little bit of trouble here. He has to move it after, since white chose to play g3. g3 is a bit of a daring move as well, though, given the fact that that's opening up that diagonal. It's tough. It's tough to come up with a good place for all of the pieces. You'll notice that all of black's pieces rather are pretty loose. So there's not really too much wiggle room here for black to be able to find the correct moves. Oh, I believe that. Oh, that doesn't quite hang a piece. No. Yeah. So there's this check followed by bishop f3. All right, perfect. Yeah, I think black here has just realized the mistake that he's made. The bishop is X-raying the bishop's X-raying the knight, and I think this spells disaster. I think this game's over.
Will we potentially see a resignation here?
I don't think so.
No.
Again, one thing to keep in mind is that white is pretty short on time here. Wow. Extremely active play here, or extremely precise play here, rather. Throwing in the check before even taking the piece. Oh, Do you think we'll see bishop takes? You think we'll see bishop
I
takes?
hope
F3?
we don't see bishop takes.
Oh man, that would have been unfortunate. Bishop takes f3 would have been just immediate game over with queen takes f1 checkmate. Always got to watch out for your opponent's
But in fact,
your opponent's
they chose,
resources.
They chose not to take at all, not even with the queen, which is unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have to move the rook here. The knight is being attacked twice. So queen takes
Yes.
queen takes d5 is a real threat here. Again, if the bishop takes the knight as it is right now, queen takes f1 is going to be checkmate. So we can't take with the queen. We have to take with, or you can't take with the bishop. You have to take with the queen. Does black have time?
The trouble right now is black needs to defend against, what is that, rook to f8, causing checkmate.
Oh my god, yeah, rook f8 is also just a scary move. I'm not seeing a way to defend everything. Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. Yeah, black realizes that they're going to have to let this let the knight fall. There's the resulting capture. Okay, it looks like both sides are looking to trade off the material right now. Again, this is going to be tough for black to hold. Black's a full piece down. All right. Yeah, that rook on d2 is looking pretty miserable.
That rook looks rather trapped, no?
Mm-hmm.
This is looking rather grim for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh man, all of black's pawns are just falling down here. I feel like you don't even have to think of this position, you can just take any pawn you want. Everything is free for the taking.
So what are
Yeah.
black's hopes in this position? Either to time out his opponent with a flag, or to stalemate for a draw?
I think
These
stalemate is
seem like the only opportunities.
Yeah, 5-second increment is quite a lot of time. Oh, do you think we can sneak a checkmate in?
This
no,
is
it
what
doesn't
I'm
quite
looking
work.
for.
There's bishop f1 though. There's no way white repeats here. I gotta say though, this is quite the match to be watching us at this time. I wasn't expecting, and I think it's great that this game is going on as long as it has. But yeah, Olive was by far the one who was favored to win this match. Yeah, I think the best plan that White has is just kind of closing their eyes. Right now, it does look like they're not in any danger of being checkmated. Oh my gosh. Is there anything that needs to happen here? Just take the rook.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, this... Oh, did he mouse slip? Yeah, this is game over. That's it.
Possibly, but I think, yeah, they've still got
I
it.
don't think it matters, but... All right. I'm gonna go and just keep tabs on the other players right now. So we'll be right back. We're gonna take a very short break. Round 3 is going to be underway very soon. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2023 VR Chess Winter Invitational. Again, I'm UNLorD. I'm joined here by my co-host Mankey. This is a pretty exciting match so far. We're a quarter of the way done. We are on round 3 out of 8. And again, these players are playing for quite a bit. There's quite a bit to go around today. Chess.com memberships, chessable courses, and of course, a $2,000 prize pool, $1,000 of which is from chess.com and the other 1,000 from Sonicfox himself. So, quite a bit that the players are playing for today. We are going to be starting round 3 just a moment from now. Alrighty. Oh man, that second game was quite the upset though. Bam was able to surpass an opponent who's rated about 800 points higher than him. That's pretty amazing. Olive's again about 2,000. Bam's about what 1,100. Again,
Yeah, that's,
anything can go in this
that's
tournament.
pretty impressive.
Yep, round 3 is going to be going underway pretty soon. Right now, again, all the players are busy getting situated into their position into these games. Just need to wait and see. Right now, our players for the featured matchup are still making their way over to the table. They'll be there in just a moment.
And do we know who will be playing on this board? I think it could be Zero versus Wolfie. It looks like.
All right. Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup here. Zero Tommy versus Wolfie. We're going to see how they go into it. Oh my gosh. This is one of my favorite lines to play as White. White goes for the fantasy Karokon. We have main line, takes, D5 or E5. All players know their lines here. I gotta say, this is one of the lines in chess that makes me the happiest whenever I face against this. I love playing the fantasy as White here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty wild already. Lots of opportunity on the board.
Again, already here, Black needs to be careful. There's bishop takes f7 threats on the table right now. The only way to defend this is going to be with let's take a look here. Only way to defend this is going to be knight to d7. Oh, unless if you want to play this move. But this move kind of just invites trouble. I'm not sure about this, though.
Wow. This is looking great.
This wasn't the way that I imagined the position to go, just because right now White is just a straight up piece down. I think bishop takes f7 might be a little bit too preemptive there, unless if there's some additional theory that I'm missing here. I think white might have gotten a little too overexcited at the prospects of taking on that f7 square. Yeah. Black's gonna have to solve some of the problems in their position, which is a little bit suspect right now. Again, I think Black should just close their eyes, take the queens off the board, get the pieces developed. Given that it looks like it's pretty easy for Black to just develop everything, and after the queens are taken off the board, I don't really see a way for White to take advantage of the fact that the king is on a not the safest square here. Oh, this is just inviting the trade.
Yep, the trade kind of has to happen at this point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, takes with check doesn't even matter. I would even consider a move such as king e6 here. I just don't see any attack that's going to be happening here. Developing with the knight is also perfectly acceptable. Yeah, unfortunately, this may be one of those cases of opening ideas gone asunder a little bit right now. It doesn't look like black or white has any compensation having being a piece down here. Like, it's nice that both rooks are going to be able to line up on the F file, but ultimately I don't see this coming to or leading to any results here. White's king again. It looks a little bit strange right now on F7, but if the king decides to go to E6 or G8, I think both moves will be acceptable here. And right now, all black needs to do is just hold on to the position, make sure that there's no cheap tactics that come underway here, and black should be doing just fine. Okay. Yeah, so I actually like this move. I think rook d1 is better than rook f1 here. The rook on f1 wouldn't have been accomplishing too much, given that, again, there's not really much to achieve here. Black has sufficient control of the f file here. So I think opening up additional lines... Oh, I'm not a fan of this trade, though. Opening up additional lines is in white's interest here. You need to try to create counterplay, create activity where you can, being a piece up, but the more pieces fall off the board here, the more and more I dislike white's position. It's ultimately this is just coming down to a numbers game, and white's losing in that territory.
Yep, they've got to make something happen, and the pieces are slowly coming off the board, and black has the better material here. Less pieces mean less opportunity for attack.
Even the word slowly is up for debate. Both players have over 80% of their time left, and we're very quickly devolving into an endgame. White's trading more and more pieces off the board. Can't say I quite agree with the decision, but it was either this or give up total control of the F file. This is a little bit of a unfortunate situation. It doesn't look like white's going to have much counterplay here. And I think king f7 here would be a fantastic move. Just there's so few pieces that white has in this position. You might as well just get all of your pieces active. There's virtually no danger to black's king anymore. And black decides to play king f7. There it is. All right, so it does look like here white is threatening the fork. This is going to have to be addressed by black. Either have to move the king or the rook. Oh man, there's actually a pretty interesting position right now going on in board A right now. If we want to swap over to that real quick, that is quite the wild position. What do you think, Mankey? Blub versus Jade. Now it looks like, yeah, it looks like Blub has uh two rooks for a queen here, but all of white's pieces are just everywhere. What are you thinking, Sonic?
To say to
This is,
I can't see anything, so I don't know what you're looking at. But I would
Yeah,
like to
what's
say
up,
to the
buddy?
folks who don't know, the Sonicfox bot is live. It's really funny. It says a lot of really funny shit. So please go look. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you heard it from the man himself. Check out that Sonicfox bot. Again, it seems like there's going to be quite the good amount of funny quotes there. So get your games in against the man, the myth, legend himself, Sonicfox. See if you can take down his chess bot and reign supreme over the fighting game master. But yeah, this is going back to the game. This is quite a tough spot. This position is pretty wild. The queen and the bishop are on the same diagonal, just to move away from potentially seeing each other right now. That f6 pawn is playing kind of a monumental role for both sides here. Yeah, just a lot of loose pieces everywhere. It does look like white's knight is pretty close to being trapped there. The knight on a8 only has 2 squares to go to, and both moves are being occupied by that dark square bishop. Oh man, this is not looking too great for white. Look at that fork just eyeing all of the pieces. Rook's under fire, the knight's under fire. But also white's bishop is under fire on b2. All the pieces are just hanging everywhere. This is quite the wild position that we have here. Okay, the dust is beginning to settle here. It looks like we're going to have a one minor piece for 2 rook endgame. Or sorry, one minor piece for both sides and a queen versus 2 rooks. I want to say that white has the better position out of all of this, just given that the queen isn't really doing too much on h8. Yeah, all of black's pieces are just on the back rank. Oh my gosh, and a big blunder from black. Oh no. Oh, the queen's gone. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This game is over. Oh, what an unfortunate way to lose this position. Now the bishop's under fire, so black's not even going to be able to take that bishop on b2. Oh, this is going to be a rough match now. There's not really much else that can be done here. Oh man, this is looking rough. Bishop a3. Yeah, all the pieces are just flying off, and it's going to be a lone king versus 2 rooks. Unfortunately, the king has no clothes.
Yeah, what a shame, because this was looking almost equal, and it would have been a great win for Jade here against Blub.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would have been a monumental victory. Jade is definitely the underdog out of these 2 players here, but it looks like Blub was able to bring it back here. This is checkmate coming up in just a couple of moves here. It's almost here. King only has 1 legal move here. King a4, and there it is. Game over.
That's checkmate.
That is checkmate indeed. Wow, what a very wild game. I think both players are going to be buzzing talking about that position. That's definitely a bit of a tough loss there. Rook that rook skewer was brutal. Absolutely brutal. And that's definitely one of the ways to that's definitely a way to lose a game of chess. Not one of the most satisfying or one of the most fun ways, unfortunately. But unfortunately, that is chess. Sometimes one wrong move is all it takes, and your entire plan just crumbles, falls apart. Okay, so while these two deliberate about the game, run a bit of a post-mortem analysis, I do want to take this back to the game that we were looking at earlier on board B. It does look like the position is simplifying just a little bit over there. Again, we had a fantasy Caro-Kann structure where white pulled the trigger a little bit too early and ended up a piece down relatively early into the game. It does look like the dust is settling a little bit here. And again, it doesn't seem like white has too much to show for being a piece down here. Not to say that this is the end of the world. Again, it's not like this is a walk in the park for black to convert this position, but white definitely has a lot of work ahead of them if they're going to try to maintain this position. Oh, I like that move. X-ray defense through black's own rook to defend the knight. Black cannot take the knight with his rook, otherwise the rook will just recapture. What a fantastic resource. This is a bit of a tough spot. Yeah, ultimately the rooks get traded off, but this is going to be a bit of a challenging endgame. But Mickey, whenever I see minor pieces left on a board in an endgame like this, where one side is a piece down, I always hope in the back of my mind that this somehow gets to a bishop and knight endgame. It's not looking like it's out of the question here. Do you think we might get the infamous bishop versus knight endgame?
I mean, you never know. A sneaky fork could come in here any moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's always possible.
Mm-hmm. Have you studied your bishop versus knight endgame? Do you know how to do that off the top of your head?
Absolutely not.
For those of you who don't know, the bishop versus knight is one of the most infamous endgames in all of chess. There was a titled player, maybe a decade or so back, who was unable to convert bishop and knight versus king alone. So it's become a bit of like a boogeyman in the chess world, where any player worth their scratch spends some amount of time devoting themselves to the endgame. Again, is not the easiest by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think it's the most difficult endgame. I think queen versus rook is more difficult if the person with the rook knows what they're doing. But bishop versus knight would be a very fun, very entertaining endgame to see. I think that would be absolutely wild if we somehow ended down that road. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I want to see it. I really want to see it, Mickey. I really want to see it.
Wow, let's not forget both these players are playing with 5-second increment. We do want this game to end eventually.
Black's bishop doesn't really have too many targets here. I think it may be a good idea for black to march up their king to try to take down that a2 pawn here. But black's bishop is not going to be able to play too much of a role here. Oh man, that's a bit of a tough move to see. That h pawn is hanging right now. This suddenly is a game again. It doesn't look like this is something that Black's going to have to keep in mind for pretty much the entire game, as far as I can see. G and H pawn just threatening to run all the way up across the board. This is going to be pretty tricky here. I think, again, Black should still be winning this position, but now it's definitely a lot more difficult. That H-pawn was playing a pivotal role in stopping both of White's G and H pawns, and now that the H-pawn is gone, that H-pawn looks like it could potentially be a runner. What do you think the best thing to do here would be, Minky? Do you think Black can push their own agenda, attempting to try to run it down on the queen side, or do you think Black's going to have to spend some serious time addressing all of these threats?
Well, yeah, I think, they can do what they intend to do on the left side of the board. That's just fine. Should White march their H-pawn down to the end, they can always sack either their bishop or their knight to stop that promotion from occurring.
I can't say I'm a fan of this move, however. Knight to g4 is just inviting the king to go up. And correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that f4 pawn was free for the taking. Black's bishop could have just snapped that f pawn off the board. But now that's no longer an option.
I think had bishop taken f4, there was potentially a fork with knight to e6. Perhaps that was why we didn't see that occur.
Okay. Yeah, I think you might be right there. But again, this is not the easiest position. Black's going to have to be a little bit careful here with their moves. Again, yeah, White is just in a poised position to attempt to escort both of these pawns up the board. This is going to be a little bit tricky. Definitely a little bit tricky here. Yeah, White's just wrestling control away. It would have been fantastic if Black could bring their king to e5, but now Black's going to have to try to go via f6 in order to create some problems here. I think king to f6 followed by knight e8 check. But then the king gets to g5. I think that might be the best plan of a course here for Black. I think allowing the check is fine. Just you need to take the h. You just need to remove that h pawn. Bit of a tricky spot here. All right, yeah. Black does decide to play king g5. Giving up the pawn entirely. Is Black going to be able to stop the pawn? I want to say Black can stop the pawn if they take the pawn on h5. So, hear me out, Mickey. King takes h5, g6, bishop g5. Bishop g5, f7, and then bishop e7. I think that would have been fine. I think the bishop was just in time to stop.
Out.
Yeah, I think bishop g5 needs to be played here. This is another way to this is definitely another way to attempt to stop the pieces. Oh man, all of the pawns are falling. Oh man. This is going to be this is something that Black wanted to avoid, unfortunately. Black's not going to be able to win 2 minor pieces versus 1 minor piece. There's just no way that's happening. Black needed to keep their pawns on the board in order to maintain any sort of any semblance of winning this game handily.
Yep, 1 pawn left. They have to keep it alive. Well, they don't have to, but they really should try to.
But is there anything just stopping White from sacrificing their knight on the pawn if need be?
There is not.
Not at all.
We might actually get into the fabled bishop versus knight game. We actually just might. Oh man, I'm so excited. I want to see it happen. I know we're running on a bit of a tight schedule for these tournaments, but oh my gosh, I am praying right now. I want to see it happen. And the rate at this game is going, we might be here for another 10 minutes. This is so tough. That B pawn that Black has is actually playing such a pivotal role right now, stopping all 3 pawns. I can't tell who's going to win this game. I don't think Black is ever winning this game. Unless if they know how to perform a bishop knight checkmate.
It's a fork. Not a fork, a pin rather. Bishop could have gone to f5 there.
Yeah, it was there. Just blink and you miss it. Bishop f5 would have been a very nice move there. No, this looks like it's heading towards a draw. This is yeah, looks like we're heading off to a draw now.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. Man. Not the ending that I was hoping to see, but I'm pretty sure Black is relieved that we got to this position.
Not today. And I think I'm also relieved too.
What a tense game. Unfortunately, Black was not able to take that additional piece and convert it into a winning endgame there. Losing that H pawn in the middle of that endgame unfortunately served to quite the detriment there. As you can see, Black was ultimately forced to sacrifice one of their own pieces as a safety precaution there. I think given perfect play, Black could have won that game even having lost the H pawn, but it definitely made the job more difficult. Quite the conundrum we have here. And these games are actually pretty exciting so far. That was one of my favorite matches so far. Just the thoughts of potential bishop knight looming across the board. Of course, maybe it's for the best that it didn't happen, but that would have been quite the spectacle to see. Okay. All right. Just looking at the boards right now, most players are finishing up their games right now. There is one game left that we can still take a look at if we want to go ahead and take a look at board C. It looks like the time for these 2 games are starting to finish up right now. It's almost there. Both players running a little bit low on time. We have, looks like it's Sarah versus Bam. Oh, nope, I apologize. That might be the wrong... Nope, that might be the wrong matchup. May versus bubajabot. Okay. This is going to be quite the position here. White does have the queen, but this position is looking a little bit treacherous here. And we have so many wild positions happening in this round right now. It's hard to say who's winning and who's not, but pieces are flying off the board right now as we speak. This is...
I think after queen takes rook, White is very much up material now.
Yeah. Prior to that move happening, I would say that this game is still up in the air, but this definitely makes White's White's position a lot easier to manage now. There's just way too many pieces that White has. And again, White is threatening at some point to push that pawn from d7 to d8 with promotion. This is going to be quite the tough game.
They can probably go queen to d4, causing a check, followed up by pushing the pawn to promote the queen, forcing the rook to take the pawn.
Yep. It looks like that
And
might be what's
losing
happening.
the last rook. Yes, looks like we may see exactly that.
Yeah, that would be the most straightforward way to just progress this game. It's not going to lead to an immediate win, but I think that given just the sheer amount of material that White has, winning or checkmating immediately is not necessary for this position. Again, White goes for it. White's going to have to take that rook. There's just no choice here. Intermezzo check. Wow, what a nice sequence of events. Taking that knight, followed by taking the rook. Yeah, this is just unfortunately this looks like Black is going to be on their living their final moments on this chessboard. It's always such a unfortunate feeling whenever you're down losing on position and losing in time. It's just the 1-2 punch really takes the breath out of you. Okay. Looks like checkmate's incoming. I believe there was a missed mate there. There could have been rook h1, rook h1, rook h8. One thing that White does have to be just a little bit careful about is making sure that there's no stalemate tricks. One move that would be really unfortunate is if the rook were to take the bishop, only legal move is king a8, and then rook h2 would be stalemate.
One cool trick to always avoid stalemate is, of course, to just keep checking the king until you reach a checkmate.
Secret Jutsu, 1,000 checks. Alright, looks like checkmate's going to be on the board, right? Oh. Not quite just yet. We're almost there. But checkmate looks like it is inbound if rook to f7 is played. Rook to f7 looks like it will seal the deal. Rook f7, rook g7, just caveman chess. Just chuck all of your pieces at your opponent. Game over. That's it.
There we have it.
Yep, that is GG. Game over. And with that, I believe we should be almost done with all of the rounds so far. Let's take a look at the pairings. Okay. Yep, that does look like it was the final round for this matchup. So we are going to take just a little bit of a break here. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. We will be right back in just a few moments. All right, everyone. Welcome back to round 4 of the 2023 VR Chess Winter Invitational Tournament. Again, I'm your host, UNLorD, and we are accompanied here with my co-host, Mankey. All right, Mankey. We are at the cusp of the halfway point. We just finished round 3. What do you think of that round so far? That was quite the wild ride.
Yeah, pretty good. We had some interesting positions there and some pretty aggressive and wild play. It was certainly an interesting watch.
There were wild games all around there. It seems like plenty of blunders to be had, plenty of laps to be made, lots of gasps. But hey, that is the realm of chess. We are going to be starting right now with boards with our next 2 players in our featured matchup. You haven't seen either of these players yet. It is Mr. Tyler versus MrMuffinz. The battle of the Misters coming into play here. It does look like both players are electing to play another Caro Con defense, except we're going to looks like an advanced Caro. not my favorite way to play against the Karokon. Again, I am too much of a fantasy player. I love playing the fantasy French, or sorry, the fantasy Caro rather. But this is definitely a more respectable game as well. All right, looks like there is some discussion happening between the tournament director as well as the players. Hopefully everything is good. Looks like one of the players is stepping off for just a moment. Okay, nope, we are back. All right, more chess to be had. The chess train stops for no one. One thing that is nice about the Karokon defense is that Black is able to get their light squared bishop off of that diagonal outside of the pawn chain. You'll notice that Black has a pawn chain starting from f7 to e6 to d5, and Black's bishop is outside of that chain, so it is able to help participate in whatever plans that Black decides to implement in order to thwart White in their plans. So we're going to see how this plays out for both players here. Right now, it does feel like gameplay for both players is pretty much going to be pretty self-explanatory. There's not really too much thinking that needs to happen on both sides. Right now, some moves from Black is putting the rook on c8, maybe getting that knight from d7 to f5, putting the bishop on e7, castling. White's plan is pretty straightforward to potentially... Oh, okay. Looks like White is putting the bishop to question here. Looks like the bishops will be traded off.
Oof, that's a little bit unfortunate. Because that obviously makes White's pawn on e5 vulnerable now.
This is one of the things that you never want to see happen when you are playing against either a Karokon defense or a French defense. That D pawn is your lifeblood. Losing that pawn is one of the worst feelings to happen, or that you can experience when you are playing these types of positions, because once the D pawn falls, as Minky says, the E pawn is soon to follow. So we are going to have to see how White can recover from this one. It doesn't look like there's too many tricks here that White can employ here. It looks like White's going to be just a clean pawn down, and a very pivotal pawn at that. That's always a bit of a tough move to play as well. Moving the queen back to its original square on d1, not the most fun move to play. It always kind of feels like you're making a bit of a
UNLorD
backwards decision. Hello.
We have a visitor on the stream. I don't know if you want to. I think right here, Phia, is where you could stand. I'm not sure if that far away is on camera. Yeah.
All right.
So, in case anybody doesn't know, I'm sorry to interrupt the commentator, but anybody watching, Phia is actually she's a very popular YouTuber for VR, actually extremely popular.
Extremely
so awesome,
I wouldn't say that, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, nice to meet you guys.
So,
I've been having a lot of fun seeing the chess club and stuff, and so I wanted to say you guys are doing an amazing job, and this is really cool.
Happy to hear it. I hope your
Thank you so much.
has been fantastic as well.
It has been. I got to play a couple games of chess, some tutoring by Sonicfox over there, learning from the best.
Did you get
Scholars meet?
The scholars mate? You
Yeah, I got my butt whooped.
terrible, you monster.
It's a rite of passage.
It is. Everyone has fallen victim to it at some point. So you are.
Yeah, I'm getting
in good
indoctrinated.
So how
Amazing.
So
yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever seen how chess tournaments work, like the sort of the setup that we do and all all that, or is this your first time like
No.
with even knowing that there's tournaments?
Yeah, this is my first time being around or seeing anything like this before. I know that the chess community online is like super, super like in depth. Like people go crazy hard with it. And I was aware of the VR Chess Club before. Actually, like funny enough, I realized that I was already in the Discord from like ages ago, and I don't even remember joining. I must have just joined. But it's one of those things where I was told about the tournament going on and like the crazy cash prize, and I was like, holy cow, like this must be pretty serious. So I was like, okay, well, might as well take a little bit of time to come and check it out today. And I've been very, very impressed. Extremely impressed. It's so cool.
Yeah. As far as the prizes go, this is this size of prize is definitely not the norm. But we've been having tournaments for
massive.
Since what, January? Or I think since January, and so we've gotten probably the most popular website for chess is literally just called chess.com. They've supported us, and they really like this. They see chess and VR as like an avenue of growth, and we also, I mean, it's to us, it's like playing in person. That's one of the amazing things. It's like going to your local chess club and playing versus just playing like on a website. Your only interaction with your opponent is in a little chat box, right? So there's like a difference there, and it's amazing. We really enjoy it. A lot of us are like regulars. I will not say on stream how many hours I have.
Don't out yourself.
Specifically because of chess.
Well, it seems really interesting.
I need to get back to so.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to say it's really interesting because it's a really good example of why VR is special and how something like this, I can imagine if your life circumstances may prevent you from being able to attend like an IRL chess club, or you're really busy and not a lot of people around you, or maybe not a club. Like being able to come into VR is so much cooler than just playing faceless against people that you can't hear, talk to, or whatever, and having that presence. And this is a really good example of how VR can be utilized in a really cool social way. So yeah, I think it's really cool.
Glad you're enjoying yourself.
It's also nice not to have to set the pieces back up after each game. You got like these little conveniences.
The reset button.
Just don't exist.
You actually get the best of both worlds, I feel.
We live in the future.
Yeah. Okay, all right, I'm headed back.
Cool. Yeah, I don't want to disrupt, but this is very awesome. So thank you for letting me come say hi.
Yeah, it was a pleasure having you. Hopefully we'll see you more in the future.
Yes, I will absolutely be back. Good luck, everybody. Have fun.
All right, awesome.
Take care.
See ya.
Enjoy yourself. All right. Looks like chess.com is giving 100 gift subs in Sonicfox's chat right now as well. Oh my goodness, look at that. Chess.com hitting us up with the fat donos. Thank you so much to chess.com for supporting us, not just in Sonicfox's stream, but for the entire event. Without you, we wouldn't be having this tournament. This wouldn't be possible without you guys. So thank you so much once again for helping us with growing the community here. We are very much enjoying our time here. This is great. We're just having some fantastic chess all around. Going back to the board here, looks like again,
the position has changed, huh? And that pawn, which was on e5, which I said was vulnerable, we see has vanished from the position, so it must have been taken, as expected.
Again, it's just tough. Once that d pawn falls, the e pawn is soon to fall afterwards, and it does look like your black is definitely in the driver's seat. Those d and e pawns is just no joke. Those pawns just command so much space. It's going to be hard for white to come up with any sort of realistic plan. There's some positions where being a pawn down, maybe even being 2 pawns down, is not the end of the world. But unfortunately, this position is one of the more, I would say, drier positions. Unfortunately, there's not much compensation for being this many pawns down.
The trouble here is that the pawn on the d file is just a passer, so I'd like and expect black to castle kingside, put 1 rook behind each pawn, and just march them down.
It does look like white has an option here for taking a queen trade again. I think being in the position that white is in should absolutely say no, move the queen away. I gotta say, yeah, just snap take that pawn castle. If there's a time to castle, it's going to be now. You need to make sure that you protect that f7 pawn an additional time. Because again, white's rook and knight are lined up to take advantage of that f-pawn, which might turn the tides back in, potentially, hopefully, in white's favor. I think castling kingside here is probably going to be one of the better moves you can make in this position.
Well, if we see a castle, black may lose the knight on c4, so maybe knight to d6, protecting f7 could be on the table. Alternatively to e5, that works too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Knight e5 is just a bit of a tricky move, though. I feel like after rook a to e1, attacking the knight another time. Well, okay. Black doesn't necessarily have to move the knight here because the knight on
it's already covered.
G6 is defending. Yep, it's all covered. All right. There goes my chess vision. Okay. Well, with that in mind, maybe black's going to have to make sure that that h-pawn doesn't advance enough. I think h5 would be an okay move here.
I think the
h6 instead. I think h6 is also fine here, but more pieces are getting traded off, which I don't think is too good, unfortunately. We're going to have to see how white's going to be able to hold this.
Yeah, it's not too favorable for white, and not just that, their king is slowly becoming more exposed too with those pawns coming forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now okay, rook c8 here. I thought it might be good to just spend a turn preventing the knight from hopping into either d4 or f4, so I think I might have considered playing the move e5 there instead. Yeah, now playing the move e5 is no longer possible. Okay. White's marching up all of their pawns. I'm not exactly too sure how to feel about all of these pawns going up the board. The higher the pawns go up the board, the more difficult they become to defend here. And I'm not sure if white's in exactly the position to be able to make plays as aggressive as this. I'm not really too sure what white can go for in this position here. It kind of feels like black has everything they want in the position. Black has control of the c-file. The knight does have some questions that it needs to answer. Right now, the knight doesn't have any forward moves it can make, so we're gonna have to take some time repositioning that knight. Okay, it looks like here black again is trying to solve the issue with the knight another way. It looks like they're trying to just force the issue. Yep, there it is. Playing the move e5 in order to try to get a square for the knight.
Oh,
recaptures with the knight.
I'm surprised at that. I mean, personally, I would have probably captured the pawn there just to get, a double connected passer.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I 100% agree there. I think the knight was okay on c6 still. There wasn't a dire need for the knight to participate and hop into the center so quickly. I think having the double connected passed pawns was something 100% worth going for. Now, this trade though, I'm not sure how I feel about this one.
Yeah, I mean, the knight exchange did not have to happen, but here we see it, and now black has another opportunity to gain a double connected passer in the center of the board.
Not only
But
did
still, they choose to take the rook.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think having that, I think black may have underestimated how troublesome a pair of connected pass pawns is. Now we're kind of stuck in a position here for black where black is going to have to just always keep an eye on that D pawn. Offering more trades here. I can't say that I'm quite in love with the moves that white is making, unfortunately. Yeah, more pieces are just getting snapped off the board here, and black just has a comfortable advantage here, being 3 pawns up. White doesn't even think twice about not taking the D pawn, decides to defend their own pawn instead. Black is going to have to get their king into the action here. Right now, the one thing that white does have going for them is that the king is very active right now. And right now, black's king is just non-existent on this board. Just way too far from the action. I don't think it's possible for... Is it possible for black to hold on to that pawn? So after king to e6 in order to defend the pawn, is there rook e1 check? I want to say there is. Wow, what an aggressive line here from black, choosing to just jettison that D pawn. I think, again, this is still perfectly fine. But each pawn that you lose here is black just brings it one step closer to a draw. This is not a guaranteed win here for black if black just plays moves lackadaisically. Can black afford to play rook c8 here? I think rook c8 is not
Well, rook c8 obviously, it loses the pawn in the pawn in the bottom left, but
if you lose the pawn in the bottom left, you get the X-ray though, and
yes, of course you do. Yes, that is very true. But I mean, as black right here, I think personally I'd just move rook to g5, cause a check, and then try and grab that pawn on f5, just sweep those up.
Well, white's king is just venturing up the board. Right now, this is actually a bit of a tough spot. But again, black's king was so inactive, it currently doesn't have a way into the position.
Yeah, black could just abandon the pawn on b2 here and just snap up white's remaining pawns on the right-hand side.
Yeah, black's trying to find a way into the position, but it's not quite happening as of yet.
I would just give up that pawn on b2.
Yeah, that does seem like the best way forward, doesn't it? Especially with the fact that the king is on c5 right now. If you put the rook on f3, then taking the pawn on f5 would come with check, and you can grab the other pawn too.
Yes.
I think that pawn has served adequate time as a decoy, and black does find the move.
Though, alternatively, does rook to d1 check change anything?
I looked at rook to d1 check. It doesn't look like that move was too fruitful, unfortunately. So here we're going to just see an endgame where one side is up 3 pawns.
Wow, black's pawns are no longer connected.
That's quite the unfortunate pawn to lose. I think that might have been yeah, that might have been just a little bit too fast, unfortunately. This is getting a little bit tough now. Losing that g-pawn is actually quite the blow. Yeah. This should be a... Even with the 2 pawns, though, this is... White still has a little bit of work cut out for them. Not the easiest position to win, but this should...
Black should certainly be able to win this, but there are various ways in which white can just be an absolute nuisance here for that to happen.
Pawn is just rolling up the board. Okay. This move does invite King F4, which is played. Now, after King F4,
the trouble is...
there's King G4 now. Oh.
That rook now has to stay on that row to keep that pawn protected.
Is black or is white holding this position?
They sure are.
This looks like this might just be it. I'm not quite seeing a configuration given black's lack of king activity here. I believe this might just be the end of it. I want to say this is a draw. There's no way that ooh, actually. Oh, this is not a good endgame. Oh no, this is a losing king and pawn endgame.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if both sides know how to convert this. I did go over these endgames specifically with Mr. Tyler, so he should know all of his tricks that he can employ to try to force black to accidentally lose the game here. But this is a theoretical win. All right, black does play the correct move, which is king to f4. This is one of the most straightforward ways of winning the game. Just take control of the entire center. Just play king f3. King f3, push the pawn up, and you don't even have to think about it. Once that pawn gets to f4, then this is just automatic game over. Just don't think. Just push the pawn. Or sorry, push the king. King f3. King e3. This move, I feel like, is not quite correct. It's still fine. Black is still totally winning here, but we're gonna have to be just a smidge careful here. Yeah, no, this is still totally winning. Once that pawn gets to f4, that's game over. These moves are just not necessary for black. I mean, I I understand that this is still winning, but I feel like you should just be able to push the pawn up. No need to do all these fancy king moves quite just yet. But okay, it does look like white resigns the position here. He does realize that this game is over.
Hmm.
All right. So that, with the conclusion of that match, we are officially at the halfway point. We are going to take a half-hour intermission, and we will be back before you know it. So stay tuned. We're going to complete the second half, where we are going to be shifting our focus over into the top contenders for this game. So again, keep your eyes peeled. We'll be right back. Peace. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2023 VR Chess Winter Invitational. I'm joined here by my new co-host. We have Zai on the board.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How's it being on the table now?
It's good. I'm glad that we have less people in the room now. When at the start of the tournaments, when Cole was doing like the announcement, I was having so much lag. It was so bad.
Yeah, it
There were
was
so many
quite the
avatars
hectic
everywhere.
scene.
It took me like 20 minutes to get into the world.
Yeah, I had to hide so many avatars just to make sure that we wouldn't crash from this. One of the things that you don't have to think about when you're in an actual over-the-board tournament. But hey, that's how the rules of the world works. We are in a virtual space. We've got to deal with what we have. Anyways, we have just crossed the halfway point for our tournament. There are 4 rounds remaining. There's going to be not too many games
we're starting
left.
already.
We are starting already. So we're going to turn our attention all the way to the feature board. So for the first half, we did feature players who are kind of more in the middle of the pack. We are going to transition all the way up to the straight top. We are going to be looking at the top 2 contenders right now on the very first board. We have Silver and Trustworthy. These are 2 of our strongest players that we have in the world right now. Silver is rated about 2,000, 2,100. 2,000 to 2,100, and Trustworthy is our title player, Candidate Master, rated 2,300 2,300 rapid and 2,600 bullet. He's one of the best bullet players in the world. So we're going to see how these 2 players duke it out on the battlefield right here. Looks like we have
a pretty
some,
standard opening.
yeah,
Nothing too exciting going on.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty traditional e-pawn opening. Looks like we might be going for, looks like just a standard Juco here with d3 being pushed. So the plan here for white is that they're eventually going to be aiming for a d4 pawn push when the timing is right. It's not going to happen quite just yet. There's still a couple of issues to solve for both sides here.
Bringing the knight back, looking to support that square. D5. Silver is playing black, right?
Yep, Silver's playing with the black pieces. Yeah, and both sides are just busting out moves like no tomorrow. I'm pretty sure both these players are very well familiar with these types of positions here. I'm pretty sure both players are pretty comfortable.
Silver's position a little more right now. Not so bad anymore, actually.
Yeah, so this is
a
pretty
weird way to
common
route the knight.
This is actually the standard way to route the knight in the Juco piano position.
Really?
Yeah, the knight on b3 wants to be on the g3 square, so it oftentimes makes this adventure to go from b1 to d2 to f1, then to go to g3. It's quite the route that that's going to go to.
Bringing the knight over to the king side.
So there's potential ideas of maybe sacrificing the light squared bishop on the h3 square. I don't think that's going to happen quite just yet, but that is something that that white is going to have to worry about on his side of the board here. Just make sure that there's not any shenanigans that black can attempt to employ here.
Yeah, the position doesn't look too complex, so I wouldn't expect anything super surprising.
One thing to keep in mind is that that f pawn, the pawn on f2 that white has, is currently pinned by the dark squared bishop on b6. So that's there is a hole right there on g3 that black can attempt to use to his advantage if need be.
I don't really see any way to make use of it right now, though.
Yeah, not
it's
quite
kind
just
of
yet.
a little like the hole's there. It's just there's nothing to fill it.
Yeah, this is one of those more cramped positions, you could say. All the pawns are still on the board, all the pieces are still on the board, everything is still on the board. Not a single piece has been taken yet, so we're gonna have to see.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like positions like this.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's almost too much happening. Like there's
Well,
6
it feels very. It feels like to win this you have to play like very like straightforward engine-y moves, you know? Just play for like small swings and advantage, trying to play very positionally. And that's just not the most exciting version of chess for me.
Yeah, this is
Just
one of
really
those
took
games
quite a
where-
long time on that move. Wonder what else he was considering, because that's like the move that I was like, it seems obvious to me. But I'm wondering what other moves he was considering. He's probably looking quite far ahead. Just, it's hard to say at what.
Yeah, there might have been deliberation between just.
Ooh,
continuing
does
with the
trade that
normal
down?
plan.
I guess you don't have a
Okay.
choice.
Yep. Yep. Okay, now here's a question. There's 3 different ways you can capture here. Trust decides to take with the pawn, which
I like that
pretty
idea.
surprised by.
Well, it supports that d4 square, right? Does a really good job pushing towards that center if you want to start getting those pawns shoved up again. Even though it doubles them, it doubles them towards a direction that's actually pretty useful.
The thing that made me think twice about this move is that usually when you're taking with the f pawn like this, you usually have a rook on f1 that just has the open file. So now the rook is going to have to look. It looks like the rook might have to do a little bit of repositioning here because now it's just staring in front of a pawn.
Looks like the center is going to collapse a little bit. Just really solid play. I'm excited for when that B diagonal opens up for white's bishop. Pretty mean line to be looking down. Fixes the doubling. Silver's taking no time to consider that move. Interesting. Wants to keep the battery on the H-pawn, I guess.
Okay. All right, so it looks like Trust does decide to go with a D-pawn push here. This is not the move that I would have played, but hey, that's why they're playing the game and not me here. I personally don't feel too comfortable having that knight, black's knight on the D5 square, but I think the more I think about it, the more I like the move, because this move does unlock the light squared bishop. The bishop does have vision directly into black's camp. Right now it is if the move e4 were to be played, then the bishop on c2 actually wouldn't have much purpose. Another crossroads here. There's 4 different ways you can capture this here. Again, my brain just wants to go ahead and take that pawn, that d pawn with the e pawn, unlocking that rook there were 2 pawns originally that was on that E file for white, so I thought that rook didn't really have much breathing room to operate, but I think now might be the time. One thing again to keep in mind is that since the F pawn was removed, Black always has the option of taking the H3 pawn with their bishop, which is something to keep in mind. It's going to be... There's potential here for Black. Maybe they can take the pawn, maybe they can't. It's hard to say, but... Okay.
But
So a trade happens first. So Black's knight has been taken off the table, which is
questionable.
I actually like this move. I think it's a good call. The knight had a lot of potential to potentially join in a pretty rough kingside attack. And I think Black's bishop wasn't going to get too much mileage, even though it was on a good diagonal. It doesn't look like white.
I just really don't like opening up the F file for the rook. That feels so crunchy.
That's definitely one way of putting it. Do you think a sacrifice might be on the table here? Do you think a sacrifice might be in Black's
For
cards?
sure. Like, if I'm silver, I'm like, okay, how can I just rip this king side open? Because he can, like, that rook can be easily replaced. So, like, a rook sack on F3 can, you can bring the other rook in and put it even more pressure on, and then there's a defender removed at basically no cost to you, as long as you can keep the tempo going.
There's also bishop takes h3 as well. No need to sacrifice the rook for the knight just yet if you don't want to. Oh, counter shot on the queen. Oh, this is actually a pretty nice move here. You don't have the time to play bishop takes h3 here, and you're not allowing the rook sacrifice.
Yeah.
This is tough. I feel like
I think you have to address it.
Yeah. So here's a question. Do you push the queen back to c8 and allow knight takes g6? Or are you going to play the seemingly less coordinated move, queen to e8, in order to defend that pawn? Can you play queen to e8 here?
Queen to e8 feels not great.
Yeah, but neither is losing that g-pawn. That g-pawn feels pretty pivotal.
I mean, I'm looking at like what that move does other than remove that pawn.
It removes the pawn. It comes with tempo on the rook.
Yeah,
Then
but
maybe
the
rook
tempo on the rook can be
6.
converted into activity for the rook, so I'm not sure it's entirely
that is
bad
true.
for black to do that. If white's going to take time to make the rook move, then black might just be like, hey, I don't know, I just wanted to move that rook anyways. Thanks for the incentive.
Yeah, that is true.
Does choose to defend it. Okay, plays a little slower.
Yeah, I would say I'm a pretty materialistic person when it comes to positions like these where it looks like sacrifices are not on the table. If I don't have a reason to give up a pawn, I probably wouldn't want to. And
I'll give up a pawn. Just give me any reason and I'll do it.
Yeah.
Give me an idea and I'll do it.
I actually do like this move because I think I don't think bishop takes h3 is really on the cards anymore because it seems like there's a plethora of ways for white to defend against any sacrifice ideas with both the queen and the rook being able to slide up to the second rank for defense.
I think it's still on the table, but I think that what's more valuable right now is the H diagonal. If white can get that bishop on the H diagonal, that feels really strong. Because there's only one defender on that pawn, the king, and then, like, I don't know, the knight it might have room to come in somehow.
Somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way. Oh, you know a move that I didn't consider that might have been interesting is king to h7 to defend the pawn.
King h7.
I don't think it's that great because the queen can come on the diagonal and then add double pressure to it, but I'm wondering if white can then add enough pressure to make that attack worthwhile. Because like after the knight and the queen, there's just kind of like what do you do then?
Hey.
I am a little concerned about the rook being on the same file as the queen right now for black. That feels a little uncomfortable for me. It's very easy for positions like this to like immediately convert into like a very dangerous threat. Like if the white pawn takes on d4, then all of a sudden we're like one move away from pinning the queen, or pinning the bishop to the queen, and then our knight gets like a move, and yeah. We'll see.
Anyways, we're gonna take a brief moment here. Blub's joining us in the commentator table. Blub, how are you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Okay, it's going good. Had a quick game.
Oh, how'd your game go? Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it.
I blundered a fork, so I didn't
It happens.
quickly.
Yeah, happens to the best of both.
Happens to the best and worst of us.
Yeah, I was playing Chad.
Yeah, Chad's a pretty strong
good name.
opponent. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with
Colt
him.
scouted him out some time ago. I think he's been in the chess club for a few months, but he's not like always on. But he's a pretty strong opponent. He's like 1900 if I recall correctly.
2000.
It must have been on my
2000?
trip then.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that
when
was
he
during
came
the
in.
trip.
And I just haven't seen him on since then. You have to introduce me sometime. I love a strong player.
Ooh, we got Silver playing.
Yeah, Silver is playing against Trust right now. This might be one of our featured matchups right now.
Bringing the count. Okay, that's one of the legal moves on the board, I suppose.
That is definitely a move on the board. Yeah, just to fill you in, Blub, this was taken from a Gioco Piano. So the knight on F1 traveled its way from B1
just nod
to D2 to F1.
We just nod and pretend like we understand what that means.
I study chess.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, so there was a lot of tension initially in the center. White does have a backwards E pawn at the end of the day, but I don't think that's going to be really something that White has to worry about at this current time. That knight.
I think the E file is a boon for White right now. As long as that rook is on the same file as the queen, there's some like latent pressure there that could change at any moment.
If Trustworthy isn't careful, there could be something with the knight going to E4, threatening C5. If the pawn pushes up, then there's knight takes bishop, queen comes down and takes the knight, and then the pawn on C6 will be hanging to the rook and the knight. So that is probably my guess of what White is going for in this position.
Yeah, 94, knight C5, and it doesn't look like there's quite a way for Black to really stop White from enacting that plan either. That knight, both of White's knights just have so much potential right now. Again, Black doesn't have a dark squared bishop to contest the knight, so that knight is just stuck there. No pawns to challenge the knight, no dark squared bishop. That knight is just there to stay. So that's just something that is always.
And White's bishop doesn't look as good now. Like White has kind of like regained some of the momentum.
Thank you, Dale.
Successfully deflected the pressure on his king side, and now White's kind of free to exert the pressure as he wants. That seems strange.
Black had to move the rook over to the c file to protect that pawn once it's moved up, because that looks to be the only defense to me. Is bringing that rook over. Now I don't think Black has enough time. But hey, I'm not the 2000 something rated anymore, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, White does not go for it. I wonder what that. I wonder what's up with that.
Trust the process.
Very interesting.
I'm wondering if Black is wanting to just start attacking again. Maybe this is a sign of like aggression.
Maybe, well, white can still go for the c5 square. They just can't go via e4 anymore. They would have to. No, they can't even go via b3. So none of that is an option anymore. So I think that.
I mean,
that plan
b3
of,
was never an option, right?
was just-
I guess it was once the
C4
because the
is
knight was
still-
blocking the bishop.
If they go c4 and the bishop trades, it's still going to be a good position for white, as then after the check, there's not anything really pretty for the black king. If the like there's that threat of the fork if the queen ever moves. Hell, they could probably even. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking pretty good for white. I still think knight to c4 is still good. Remove that bishop. If not, then it's still applying pressure.
I mean, what is the bishop doing that you want to get rid of it though?
You get access to the white squares, which are very weak on the king side. Oh, where the king is. Your queen gets developed into quite an active position, but that's only assuming that the bishop actually takes the knight. They could just completely ignore it and play b5 maybe.
Offering a trade. Okay. I guess maybe looking to win d4.
Again, I don't think this trade is something that white should ever be doing. That knight is just.
Yeah, definitely not. It just loses the pawn.
It's tough. Both Trustworthy does have to keep an eye on his time though. He's running to about 1:10 left. Trustworthy again. 1:10. Silver has about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So time is not quite in Trust's favor right now, but he is quite the renowned bullet player. So I think he should be pretty okay when it comes to time, but that is something that he'll have to keep in the back of his mind. He doesn't have quite as much time as he thinks he might have.
I think then we might see e5 knight takes on f7, takes the bishop, followed up by the second knight being placed
that
right
seems
there,
so
if we
bad
do
though.
b5. It doesn't though, because then you get the knight back.
You
in
lose a
good position.
pawn.
Where?
Yeah. He's
d4 because then rook takes d4.
Yeah, rook takes d4.
And you can't retake because the pawn is pinned to the queen by the black queen. Yeah. Maybe that's fine. You take, then what can you do? Not a lot. Yeah, that seems so crunchy.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Crunchy.
You're right.
Yes, I am.
I gotta say, Zai, you're probably one of the crunchiest players I know in all of VR chess.
I truly am the crunchiest VR chess player.
You're so crunchy.
I think you might still in that position. I wonder if you could still play the c knight to e5, backing it up, and then that allows your queen to go to c4 if the once the rook moves, if it moves to a position where it can't attack it. C4 now I think about it. No, I don't think it does.
Silver's really thinking here.
Yeah, Silver's gonna have to make a decision though, and fast. This is not the lower the time gets, the less this game is going to be in his favor. Again, Trustworthy is a phenomenal bullet player, so, and I think Silver's strength is probably in his blitz. Okay, so he
trading for that one. Okay.
Trade off the board. That is surprising.
Yeah, the knight's going to be there to stay pretty much permanently, and the queen is on quite the good square here.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, that's why. Wait, no, yeah. Why wouldn't you just? You're gonna have to go to that square anyways. Is he gonna draw? No way! Come on.
I don't think so. White doesn't have any reason to go for a draw here. If anyone's,
I mean, except that he's low on time.
Position. Yeah, but Trust.
He could win a pawn right now if he goes
time.
queen to b3. There is a fork between the pawn and the king, but it looks like it is missed.
Wait, where?
Hmm.
B3?
Queen to b3.
Queen. No, actually, yeah, that could have been it.
Oh, it's knight
It's
there.
no longer
It's a
on
little
the
bit
board.
tough though. Queen B3, Rook C8, or sorry, Rook B8.
Rook C.
That just. Well,
Rook B8.
Yeah, Queen. Yeah, Queen
Well,
B3,
in that
Rook
case, you could probably have gone and gone to b6, queen to b6, and taken that a pawn. Maybe. I don't know. No, because then there's queen to d8.
That's
Interesting.
kind of funny.
Mhm.
That's a funny move.
There is still
Possibly
the threat
looking to
of
undouble
queen
the
to
pawns.
b3 because the rook is forked, and that will fall to e4. So if he goes queen to b3, there is no longer rook to b8, as the knight will be pinned to the king, and we see it get on the board.
Ah, okay. I like where this is going. This is gonna be
You can just
Well,
trade down here though, right?
but e4 is a threat here.
Oh, true.
I'm not exactly too sure how to disarm that threat either.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
not
I think it looks to me like there is a pawn. Oh, the knight is now pinned.
it. Yeah.
If there is e4 on the
No,
board,
but there's
the
queen.
knight is
No, there's queen
lost.
b4. No, there's queen b4.
Queen b4.
Queen to b4.
Yeah, queen
Doesn't
b4,
that-
queen trade, and the
What?
knight.
Oh wait, you're entirely
Oh,
correct.
yeah.
That is a
Yeah, the knight
good...
takes it. Gotcha.
Wait, but it's
Yeah.
now.
Whoa!
No, because
Whoa!
the rook's defended. You
Oh, the
take
rook's
knight.
defending
you still
it.
Take the knight.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, but there's a
Pawn push right
Oh
here.
my god, wow, this game is going at flying speeds,
Oh,
not catching everything I hear.
what?
Queen takes 9.
That's
That's
crazy.
actually
This is insane. Oh, but
Well,
he
both
had
players are
queen to e3 defending it and blocking the queen, and he misses it.
It is
But the
discover
queen,
check.
the pawns have been won. It is on the last thing. Yeah. The queen blocked the check. Queen on e3 would have blocked the check and defended the knight, but it was missed.
This is tough. Both players running very low in time. Trustworthy, only 10 seconds left. That 5-second increment's gonna have to go a long way here.
I mean, 5 seconds is a lot of time. We're alive right now, Queen.
Oh, darn.
Running low on time.
Ooh,
Oh man, this is tough.
this is
tough.
super interesting. No, get out of the way.
Okay.
All right.
Oh man, there's barely
we
enough
see
time for
Blubs?
either players to breathe.
It's on Sonicfox's channel.
Mhm.
Damn, this is so interesting.
Yeah, this is
Really
actually
good.
quite the game here. Oh god, is there any move to play here besides Rook F3? Yeah, just Rook F3. Wow, with a check
That
here.
is okay. That's lost. F3 now. Yep, that's lost.
What?
This is
God. This is so tense. Is there Queen? Is there Rook F7? Oh no, there's Queen F7 instead.
Doing what?
and he sees it. Wow.
This is going too fast for me. I don't have enough time to think. Whoa.
Oh man, that pawn's promoting.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
There's
That
no.
was a
I don't see a
phenomenal
perpetual
game.
here, right? Yeah, no, there's no perpetual here. I don't see a
No.
perpet. No.
Ooh,
Not queen blocks.
that's
Yeah.
rough.
Phenomenal game.
Still a chance for some blunder to come out of this, but I don't
see a
It's
way
not coming
here.
easy.
After Queen E1, there's just Queen F2.
And
Oh,
it.
that's
Yeah.
Well, actually, no.
And
Is this
then-
it? Okay, Queen E1,
No.
Queen F1, Queen E3,
Yeah.
We need 3
gonna
queen,
dance
and then
around.
Queen C1. Is
He
there?
has to box in with the rook.
Oh no. Oh you.
Oh,
Wow,
there
pushing
we
the pawn
go.
instead. No checks left.
You can't even defend the diagonal either.
Any
That's it.
attempt to block the next check? Yeah,
Yep,
that's
that's
gonna be
checkmate.
That's it.
made in a
That's
That's
checkmate.
rough, dude.
Wow. What a fantastic game played between these two players. Oh my god, that action at the
Amazing
very
game.
end was. Oh,
Quite a
man.
good game.
The tactical sequence at the very end with when the knight was still on d5 with the e4 pawn push, that was insane. That was quite the sequence with what queen b4 rook trade, rook goes to f3 to defend the queen at the same time, and black still has a queen check to to scoop up the knight. But there was as
But
as
it's
Blood
even
said, there was
further than that. There was a way forward to defend the knight.
yeah, with defending the queen with an X-ray defense on the knight. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That
oh
was absolutely insane.
yeah, that was an amazing.
Oh my
game.
god. I don't think I even had time
Wow.
to breathe, let alone think in that position. That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Man,
Wow.
yeah, I think you're a good lecturer. You joined at just the right time to catch all the action. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Damn, that was
Oh.
insane. That my heart was racing there. Oh man.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks like the majority of players are finishing up their games right now. The only
Do we want to
game that
grab
is-
Silver or Trustworthy for an interview real quick?
I normally I
Oh,
would
you have,
say
like,
yes,
1 minute.
but yeah, we don't have too much time left before the next round starts. Right now, there's
Gotcha,
only
gotcha.
a couple of moments left before the end of it. Right now, it does look like table number 2 is in the is on the way of completing out their game.
Looks like there's a
Still
couple
happening.
tables still in the process.
Yep, they're
I'll
still
see you down
getting
there.
here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so it does look like it's going to be.
We can do
Oh,
a quick
it's a
and
game
trustworthy
session.
interview. Yeah. We can do it quick. We can do it quick.
All right, yeah, we'll do a quick
Come on,
interview.
come on, let's go. Trustworthy
The
and Silver.
winner of the
Yes.
last tournament, Trustworthy. Oh my God! Congratulations on your game against Silver. That
That was a pretty intense game.
was a phenomenal sequence at the very end. Jesus Christ!
Had to
Yeah,
calculate like 10 seconds on the clock.
I think that's kind of your specialty, is it not, Mr. Bullet Master himself?
Bullet Monster, since when do I have the title? Or nickname?
Since you had like a rating of 2700.
Oh my gosh. We missed all of the we almost missed all the action there. We were wondering what the purpose of that queen to e7 move was initially, allowing the push on the pawn push onto e4. That was ridiculous. You two were calculating mad lines in such a short amount of time. Oh man, Trust.
In all honesty, that was just a bad move. Kind of just forgot that e4 existed. Like as soon as I played it, I was like, oh, there's just e4. I had calculated actually that Trust was just gonna win the piece because he could have played queen to e3, defending the knight after queen to d4 check. But
Yeah, that's what we missed at the last time too. But I think, yeah. But anything you
yeah.
want to say to your viewers at the very end? You are right now at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, what do you have to say to your fans, Trustworthy? The millions of people watching.
I mean, it was very stressful, first of all. And
How
when I
inspiring.
won a rook, when I went for queen f8, my heart was beating like really
Yeah.
hard because I had like 5 seconds on the clock. I had to keep bulleting.
Yeah, you were running very
Not
short
sure
on the
I
time
could've
there.
checkmated.
All right.
But I mean,
what can I
it's
do? I
amazing.
tried my best.
What an amazing experience. Honestly,
No,
got a
no,
VR
Silver,
a few days ago.
I'm gonna go fix
but
my
it's
cameras really quick.
Really good game. Really good
He
game.
was amazing. He was amazing indeed.
You're on VR
No.
now. Now we can shake hands.
Yeah,
True,
yeah.
true.
No, honestly, props to the both of you for that game. That game was
Yeah.
extremely fun for all of us to watch. That was phenomenal trust from the both of you. So thank you so much. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Catch you on the flip side.
Trill and Cyan.
Mhm.
Sure.
All right, everybody, welcome back. That was
they're already
a
going. Damn.
very intense round. Round 5. Jesus Christ, we had our top 2 players go at it. We're going to take a little bit of a break from the main board. We're going to go into the second featured matchup here on board B for round 6. So we have 2 players that are facing quite the matchup here. We have Trill with the white pieces versus Brian Cyan
Bughouse champion Trill.
Yeah, Bughouse champion Trill. That is correct. Actually, I'll let you know Colt and I took the throne from Trill rather in our
Don't you
previous
know?
Bughouse tournament.
To take the throne, you have to take both of them. It doesn't count unless you beat me and Trill on the same team.
Wow. Looks like we might have some fighting to do after this tournament then. But in any case,
it's a fairly standard position, it seems like. We got Trill on white and Brian Cyan on black. Easy exchange starting off. Trill Bughouse champion. I think she's around 1200 rated, and Brian I think is around 2k, so this will be an interesting one. But Trill has been doing pretty well this tournament. She is currently, I think, 4-1. Easy play. Just check out the other boards really quick. Ooh. BoxPizza versus Silver looks spicy.
Yeah, we're actually going to focus on BoxPizza versus Silver if you don't mind, Zai. We're going to
Absolutely.
keep these two as our featured matchup for the time being. These 2 players, very, very well-known chess titans in our community here. Both players.
This
above
position looks
2000.
super interesting.
Yeah, there's the bishop that it's developed to a6. Not the most common place for the bishop to develop to. And it does look like both sides are taking their stake into the center. Yeah, look at that. Knight a5, trying to get into the b3 square.
That's a spicy.
That is
We got
a spicy meatball.
silver on black, BoxPizza on white, and Silver's really vying for control of that c pawn. Really wants to put pressure on it, even willing to put his pieces in suboptimal positions to do so. That's fascinating. That's a move. I guess it stops knight coming in on b3.
But
not a crazy idea.
Yeah, but this doesn't stop Silver from going on with his second plan with knight to a5. Knight a5 not only was it attacking the b3 square, it's also keeping an eye on the c4 square too. So I think there may be a trade coming up in the future where Black decides to take on the d pawn to unleash the attack onto that doubled c pawn. We're gonna have to see how that goes.
I could also see something happening at d5. I wonder if that pawn pushes in the 4 side. Because if you push d5, then I guess maybe not. BoxPizza did not like that idea and is deciding to shut that down. Now, what I'm worried about here is if Silver doesn't stop the d-pawn push, that feels like it can really close off that queen side and really leave that bishop and the knight kind of stranded over there and give BoxPizza a lot of space on the king side to play. He just decides to close up that position.
Yeah, it's tough. There's a lot of tension in the center right now. It's hard to say.
I almost want Black to just take on d4 right now, just so that doesn't happen.
Takes on d4.
Yeah, if I'm Black, I think that's what I do. I'm not 2,300 like Silver is, but it feels so bad to let that pawn push.
It's hard to say though. I don't know if that pawn push is exactly that great though. It does lock up the position, which I think might favor the knights here. It gives a lot of time for black to reroute all of their pieces
But
in
they
this
have
board.
the knight is so far away though.
Yeah. It's a
It has to reroute so far, and like, yeah, and the knight has to go back to would have to go back to B7 as well, and then it has to wait a turn
B7,
for the
D8.
pawn or the queen to move.
Yeah.
It's just like so much time. If BoxPizza like knows how to take advantage of that tempo, it could be super bad. All right, deciding to just retreat the knight. That's not one of the moves I was considering at all.
Gotta agree with you there. That's not a move that entered my radar whatsoever. But
That was not even remotely in my peripheral.
chess is a game all about surprises. Sometimes your opponent makes moves that you just have no idea. It just doesn't even enter like one iota of thought in your process, and you have to suddenly reevaluate everything. That's just what happens all the time in chess, huh?
Yeah. Silver is really committed to this queenside attack, though. It feels like every move he makes just kind of like digs his hole deeper, and either he's making it through to the other side or he's just gonna pile drive himself into it.
One
It's
thing
risk,
that I've
and I
always...
like risks. Ooh, I love that move.
Okay. One thing that I've always struggled with when it comes to positions such as this, when there's a lot of tension between pawns, it's hard for me to tell whether or not I should be leaving the pawns alone or pushing the pawns. This is something that I've always kind of struggled with in positions. I oftentimes end up in scenarios where, when I'm running like an engine check on a game after I've completed the game, the engine keeps screaming at me like, push the pawn or take the pawn, but I always tend to freeze up in these positions, not really too sure how to handle positions such as this.
I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think the engines are omniscient or omnipotent in that regard either. I think that Stockfish is pretty good, but, I think that there's a long way for chess engines to go as well, so... Still thinking back when Alpha Zero, booty blasted Stockfish in their, 1,000 game set or something. Showed how much potential computers still have left to give. I think that a lot of the decisions are still very much not the correct ones necessarily.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tough.
I don't take engines' words too harshly.
Yeah, engines are only lowly 3600, 3700 rated. Yeah.
Engines are dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm much better at the game than they are.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine computers being better than humans at anything.
And G7. It's done its job. Because once you crack open G7, obviously retakes, and then you can just push the pawn, and then you have your bishop looking at H, and it's maybe not, because it feels like it's too hard to get the rooks into play. So maybe just keep it for now.
how do you feel now about the knight on a5? Do you think it's still playing a role there, or do you
Yes.
think it's?
I
something
think
that's,
that. No, I think that the pressure it's keeping on that pawn is very important.
Okay.
I think there's better places it could be, but I don't think it's like not doing a good job where it is. I think that like, because that's what, like, keeping the bishop and the queen on that, you have to keep them on the diagonal, otherwise you just lose the pawn. And forcing that makes it a lot harder for white to mobilize those pieces in meaningful ways without losing some momentum on that side. Because those 3 pawns look pretty menacing. You know, those could very easily become a problem if everything got traded down.
That is very true. Yeah, just the fact that those pawn islands are not really supporting.
The pawns are so bad. You got 2 isolated pawns and then 2 stacked pawns that are also isolated. And the 2 pawns are also blocking in the bishop.
Yeah.
It's so stinky. White opting to just bring the bishop back for as a defensive piece. I'm not a very defensive player, so I don't agree with that, but it's probably correct. I think it'd be much funnier if he attacked.
Yeah, all of Black's moves here are just natural moves that look good. Doubling up all the rooks, all the heavy hitters onto the open file. This is, I don't see quite a way for Black to take advantage of
the bishop is
just yet.
The bishop is doing a really important job here for white. The dark bishop preventing the triple stack and taking that piece.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of a tough cookie to crack here.
I feel like Black is really just trying to win that C pawn, that C4 pawn. Okay, that's an interesting move. Using the pawns to control the rest of that file. I'm not sure to what end though, because like white's pieces are just so overworked here. Both the white bishop and the white queen are pulling duty defending c4. But then if white wants to mount like any offensive, then they have to give up that pawn. Oh, 3 attacks. How do you defend this? Can you? I don't think you can. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is
Uh-oh. This is what Black wanted the entire time.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the danger involved with having double pawns here in this position. They're not doing any job. The pawns need to protect themselves in a chain, but the pawns being vertically stacked like this is not really aiding white's position at all, and it looks like there's just too much pressure right now hitting the c4 square.
This looks pretty bad for white. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like that pawn is about to fall.
I'm like trying to find the line, like maybe if you like rook b5 and exchange down, then you fix your pawn structure or something, but it just doesn't look like it's working. Just trying to counter threat. Okay. I don't think that's good enough though. You can just push the G pawn, right? And then like you're chilling. And you have the same threat. Yeah, see, I told you the knight was still doing an important job.
Yeah, all right, you're right. I'll give it to you. What is it? Zai won on Lord 8,337, but who's counting?
I'm not. I can't count.
It's okay. Me neither.
Whoa. That feels weird. I like the aggression on it.
No, the queen can't take.
Of course,
the queen can't take the pawn. There's back rank threats.
Yeah.
Yeah. For those of you who don't see it, queen takes pawn. Yeah, queen takes pawn on f5, queen takes pawn. If bishop takes f5, then there's
You
rook
can't
takes
even
d1
you can't even
check.
en passant either.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
You have to give up the pawn here or give up a piece. You do not have a choice. I guess you could just retreat back, but then you still
No,
just lose the pawn.
You could play just. I mean, there's no other option. You have to play queen e2 here. I don't see any other moves here that might lend towards the position.
Maybe not. Yeah, because you can't en passant. You can't take with queen. Yeah. And then you just lose the pawn. Excellent. Man, I was so sus of that, like trying to suss out like what his plans were, but he really managed to make that knight and bishop worth sticking out there.
Yeah. Oh, man, that knight is actually worth its weight in gold right now. Yeah,
It's going to be such a nice knight too.
Get all the pieces off the board. The one solace.
That pass pawn.
Oh.
I don't think you can defend it though.
Was there rook takes d1 check there instead?
Rook takes d1 check.
Yeah, instead of queen takes is that the queen
maybe.
Was there rook takes? I'm not too sure. It's a little bit too late to tell now. But yeah, the one consolation prize that white does have is the fact that they have a passed e pawn.
I think that pass pawn is very close to death though.
We'll have to see. I'm not really seeing quite a way for.
I don't see any way that pawn like makes itself valuable, given how close it is to the king.
Yeah, that is true. I think I didn't see this move, but g5 is actually such a nice threat. Just threatening to shut off the bishop. Yeah, you have to play f5 here.
Whoa, that's good. Yeah, control. And just eating the pawns. No, all the white pawns.
Falling. Everything's falling.
Poor pizza.
This is just masterful gameplay happening right here.
It is quite inspired. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Maybe if you like rook e1. Nah, the king is too far. The king is too close. There's nothing you can do. Would you resign here?
I wouldn't resign here, but this definitely just feels terrible to play. This is just not the prettiest position.
Yeah, I feel like there's not really anything interesting left to do. You're just waiting for your opponent to make a huge blunder.
Yeah.
Moving the king instead of taking the pawns? Interesting. I guess you don't need to, because yeah, you do need to. No, you don't. Because if you try and defend that pawn with your rook, then you can just use the bishop to kick it off wherever it goes. It only takes like a couple moves to get there.
Yeah, anything is possible, but what is probable is impending doom here.
It's balancing time.
Yeah.
Bring that black king up. Not much you can do here. Yeah, I guess you don't really need to take those pawns. You can just kind of ignore them until you deal with the one pawn that is an actual threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm greedy. I would have just taken those pawns right away.
Oh yeah, me too. I see free
pawn.
But
I'm stupid.
Me like
it's neuron activation.
I guess you could argue that there's no need to take the pawn immediately. That pawn is always falling. So the question just becomes whether or not you.
I mean, all the pawns are always falling. I don't think you can stop any of these pawns.
But I mean,
dying.
here in this position, white decided to actually just play king e2, forcing the rook to move. So I guess this is like one of those times where now you take.
That other pawn is also dead. And those 3 connected pawns on A, B, and C are just going to be unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Just nothing you can do. I wonder what he's thinking about.
Yeah, it's hard to say. There's so many good moves here.
For what?
Give a check. So many good moves for black here.
Giving a check here is crazy. I guess you don't want to take that pawn at the back because it opens up your weak pawn on that island.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something like that. I don't know. Just it still feels right. That's got to be right. Take care of this pawn before anything too silly happens. I hate playing games at this point. It feels so mean.
Mm-hmm. All right, pawn down, pawn down.
It's now 5-on-3. Excellent moves. Silver probably just looking to get rid of those last rooks. I don't know if you should take here. Because if you do, it gives the white rook an opportunity to attack. Yeah. 1 for 1ing down.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what the idea here is.
Tough to say, but this is still looking pretty grim.
I love the idea of black just chasing that rook around, just being like, go away. Goal.
This is like two people arguing, just...
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
King forward?
The king is gonna go all the way up.
Yep.
Can you push the c pawn here?
Yeah.
Push the c pawn again?
C pawn again, what?
Yep. There it is.
Just not enough time.
No, there's just nothing here. Now there's, king c3 and that's it.
Queen!
That looks like game
Ta-da!
over. Ba-bam! Queen.
Acting like it wasn't game over like 10 moves ago.
Yeah, but BoxPizza doesn't resign. That's just the way he plays.
Yeah. Perfectly respectable.
Mm-hmm.
I like to resign because I like to play more games, but I totally understand if you're trying to be like actually good. Make sure to have that mentality because it does come up quite often, you know. If you're playing games with time, especially.
Yep, made him one.
Never quitting because
game over.
Yeah. Ta-da! GG between Silver and BoxPizza.
Yeah, that was quite the game.
Sure was. Started off a little standard, but then Or no, that was the other game that started off standard. When we switched to this one, it was already an interesting position.
Mm-hmm.
Because we switched to this
Alright,
one,
so-
Silver like swung the knight around. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was quite the grind. It felt like in that game, Silver grinded his opponent into dust, as opposed to the previous game, which was more wild. This one felt more controlled, just like a very overall kind of just a smooth victory over your opponent, which is always.
And here he is.
Yes, Silver's coming in
Hello,
for
Hello.
I'm back.
Hey, Silver.
Can we have
Great
the two of you
game.
do the interview while Zai and I go take care of some stuff?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
All
sure,
right.
sure.
Let's go,
Well,
Zai.
Did you watch the game?
I didn't see any of the game. No.
Yeah,
I was looking at the TV.
that's what I was gonna say. One question I wanted to ask you really quick is, like, you brought that knight out really quickly to the edge, like, and I was like, at first it was like, it feels a little crunchy, like he's really putting all his eggs in one basket, but you really made it matter, like, the entire game. Like, you did
Yeah.
such a great job of manipulating the board to make that knight, like, just actually be painful, even though it was on the edge.
Yeah. I kind of recognized the position with these stacked C pawns as it looked sort of like some variation of the same-ish, except White had played knight f3 instead of playing knight to e2, which is what would normally happen, and that's exactly what Black does. They play b6 and d6 with bishop a6 and knight to a5 to just try and really win that c4 pawn. And usually White will get a huge attack, which is actually why you saw me sacrifice a pawn on e5. It was because I did not want to have to deal with that at all. So I sacrificed the pawn on e5 so that I wouldn't have to deal with that huge attack. And I knew I would get the c4 pawn back, and I was hoping that just all the weaknesses on the queen side would be enough to clean up the game. And it ended up being
And it
enough,
was.
so I'm very thankful about that.
Yeah, especially, like, there was one move I was worried about. If BoxPizza was able to, like, push the d-pawn and close the position, it felt like it was going to be so hard for you to, like, get your pieces over there and make that pawn matter anymore. But you ended up opening that position up with your pawns, and it, you know, it just kind of removed all the defenders from those stacked pawns and just kind of led to those weaknesses piling up.
The funny thing is, actually, if Box was to have played d5, I would have actually played e5, because then he has to actually stick all of his pieces over there on that pawn still, and it shuts down his kingside attack. Then all of my rook and my rooks, my queens, and my other knight, I think is what I had left, actually just shift over, and now I'm either the one defending or the one attacking on the king side with like moves like f5 to break the e-pawn off and just start kind of shoving all the pawns over there. It's a tense position, it's a complicated position, it's a theoretical position, and the only reason that I actually know it is because of an over the board game that I played against someone who is known as the same-ish master. Some people in the chess community may have actually heard of him. His name is Caleb Denby. So he does St. Louis Chess Club stuff. Yeah, I know you probably haven't, but I have. I played him.
Yeah.
That was a funny game. Story for another time, though. Any other questions?
Another time. That was kind of like the big thing that I wanted to talk about, because it really felt like that entire game pivoted on that like one pawn.
Yeah.
Like just stacking up everything, overloading his pieces, defenses. Like, to me, it was just like, oh man, once that pawn falls, then like that's the entire game decided. And so that was really the only thing I had questions about.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to your future games though. They're always exciting.
If my headset doesn't die, it's gonna be great.
Yep. We're on the home stretch though. We're looking forward to seeing how the rest of the
two more
play out.
games. We got
2 more
let's
rounds,
see,
right? Yeah.
2 more rounds and 18% to play them. So.
All right.
Yep.
We are going to set up for round 7. Keep yourself posted. We'll be right back after this. We're going to be taking a short break. Catch you in a few on the flip side. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to round 7 out of 8 of the 2023 Winter Invitational for the VR Chess Tournament. I'm your host, UNLorD, followed by your co-host here, Zai. How are you feeling about these games so far? Dab,
They're
that's
pretty
right, dab to
exciting.
everyone.
Dab dab.
Dab dab.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of Titans in the upper boards now. We got on board 1, Trustworthy versus Brian, the 1 and 2 places, and then board 3 we got Ironfoot and Blub.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Speaking of
5th and
Ironfoot
7th place.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Speaking of Iron versus Blood, we're gonna take a look at their game. We're gonna follow their game.
They've already
in a bit
traded
closer
down.
detail. Yep.
They're
Yep.
two big pieces.
Yep, they're well underway right now. 2 minor pieces taken off the board for both players. Looks like we got a Queen's Gambit type of opening here. Yeah, Rick to see
Ironfoot's
Rick
a
to be one
well-known
play
bullet
too.
player.
It's
going fast.
Yep. So, in most of the rounds, Blub was the person to beat here, but Blub's kind of made his way through the packs of the tournament. Now he's playing against Ironfoot. This quite the fearsome player himself, about 2100, 2200 if give or take. So he's also a ferocious bullet player as well. We're gonna have to see how he does.
He's on my personal hit list. I gotta beat him one of these days.
It's kind of nice watching Iron play because he's kind of the antithesis to what a lot of people do here in the chess world. I feel like a lot of people place a pretty good amount of focus on like openings, yeah, just like openings, just getting all this like preparation knowledge in. Iron is the complete opposite of that. He is very
He's a spirit player.
not very low. Yeah. He doesn't focus nearly as much on openings. Everything that he knows is all about tactics and just trying to get that, trying to like find these ideas that just lead to some sort of material gain over the board. Oftentimes against stronger players, Iron will find himself on the back pedal out of the opening, and then he mixes it all up in the middle game. So we're gonna see how this game plans out.
He's the kind of player I aspire to be. No knowledge, just vibe.
Yeah, it's kind of what everyone thinks about when you hear chess. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just find the best moves over the board. I'll just like take a look at the position and find the best move.
Except he's actually
Easier
good
said
at
than
it.
done, but yeah.
It is, yes.
Yeah, but no, Ironfoot has that down to a science. We'll see how he does here in these positions now.
A pretty boring position though, like everything's traded down, only 1 pawn's off the board, no really exciting pawn structures.
Yeah, this game kind of
Both kings well defended.
Yeah, this game mellowed down pretty quickly. Alright. Iron, to no surprise, moves his queen out of danger. H5 square was not the square that I was considering though.
I mean, like, what are you gonna do to the queen there?
That is, yeah, that's entirely true. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I do like this position because this kind of really puts a question as to White's knight, asking if it's really well placed. It's every time you want to move the knight now with White, you kind of have to ask yourself whether or not you're leaving D1 sufficiently defended because that queen is eyeing the D1 square where White's rook currently resides on through the knight. So we're going to have to see whether or not there's any tactics that fall.
Yeah,
there.
I wonder if Iron wants to bring out his bishop to try and focus down that H2 square.
That would be nice. I'm not quite seeing a way to make that happen just yet.
Well,
though.
with this position, the queen... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, like, with this position, the queen has to stay defending that rook, because otherwise you can just, like, pin the knight there. With, like, and then you can move the bishop out, and then you, like, threaten back rank mate or something. But, you know... It was a line I was looking at, but requires White to play extraordinarily ignorantly, and I don't think Blub is ignorant.
Okay, so White
Just
does
looking to
decide
stack them up.
yeah, White does decide to take matters into his own hand, removing the pin on the knight. So now the knight is free to move because now
It's free to move before too, but you know.
It was free to move before, but now it feels like there's a little bit more breathing room. There's less to consider here. There is this idea, which I was just about to bring up, e5 threatening to fork both the rook and the knight now that the rook is on d3 here.
I don't know if I like that very much, but IronFoot's like 2 times better than I am, so we'll see. It does feel like a very scary pawn, but it's also like, I don't know. Yeah.
Does knight g5 accomplish anything?
Stops the pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, g5 you
move,
said.
Yeah, no, this move I like. We're fixing the pawn structure here now. Black's bishop looks a little bit suspect now that
cringe.
Yeah. It's being blocked in by its own pawn here, so now all that vision that the pawn once had is just completely gone.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to see.
Like, what do you do here? Like, how do you create an opportunity? I feel like this game's just gonna come down to like trading all the pieces and trying to squeeze one pawn through.
Yeah. All right. Iron made the move. I was actually just about to suggest bishop h6. You just have to get that bishop onto a better diagonal here. And this also
I do think
at the same time...
IronFoot is quite good at endgames.
Oh yeah, he's great at endgames as well. The knight can't go to g5 anymore, which is great. I think that is something that needed to be addressed in the position. The queen is going to come under a bit of fire, though.
That's kind of uncomfortable for the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, like not many other things you can do here.
Yeah, not the end of the world for this position, but if white wants to,
it's still very forced though.
Yeah, he can just set up Alekine's gun, just put all the heavy pieces on the d file.
What was that? Alekine's gun?
Yeah. Oh, have you not heard that term before?
No, I've never heard that term.
Yeah. That's a chess term. So when both of your rooks and your queen are on the same file, like same open file, that's called Alekine's gun.
Ah, okay. That's a new one for me. Today I learned.
I don't know if that's an actual like official chess term.
maybe.
But that's like. Yeah, here. Let me think.
That's what that's what they called it back in India in the year 200 when they invented chess.
No, it's straight up what it's called. It's straight up called Alekine's gun.
I do love White's rooks here. They feel so strong, and I feel like Black really needs to like do something to get these rooks out of here.
Yeah, they're really well coordinated, but one question is:
you have to trade.
Are the rooks doing anything on the file though? They're not threatening to double up because there's no square for the rooks to go to.
But there's like so little movement that Black has now that like it can do. Those rooks are doing so much work. White has all the space in the world to play.
Yeah, that is very
like
true.
That rook especially is cutting off the queen from going like anywhere. Oh, never mind. Okay. I guess there's still not a ton of places for it to go.
Yeah. Okay.
But I liked it better when the rook was on the 7th rank. I would have preferred to bring up the other rook instead of doing it that way.
Okay. By retreating the rook down to d6, I actually like this move. You're calling into question what Black should do with the b pawn here. I was wondering between this move, rook b8, as opposed to maybe queen b7.
Yeah.
But I think queen b7 runs into an issue with rook d7 again. It's hard to say how White should be proceeding in this position, though. I'm still not quite sure what my game plan would be here.
It's
nice to
as White. I would just try to like keep the queen restrained. Like when the rook was on d7, the queen had like 0 squares to go anywhere, and that felt wonderful. And then if you got a rook on d6 as well, then the queen would literally have no squares to go.
That would be nice, huh?
And would still accomplish the same task of putting pressure on that pawn on B. I'm sure there's a reason why he didn't do that, and I'd be interested to ask him that after. But
that'd be
like for me, I really try to play by restricting opponents' pieces. Like when I can, that's like valuable to me. and and so I guess I'm just wondering like what the alternative idea was, because I'm sure there's some idea. Blub's significantly better than I am.
No, let's not discredit yourselves. You are quite the ferocious opponent yourself.
I can be.
You are nothing to scoff at.
I can be. Most of the time I lose, but every once in a while I get a game where I play decently. Oh my. Yeah, this position feels very... It just feels like so compressed, and like if the position is going to be compressed, you might as well push as much of that onto the opponent as you can. See, now he has to move the rook back there anyways.
One thing that's nice in this position is that if white has one thing, white just has time. I feel like white has time to pretty much do
Exactly.
moves that they want.
Like, what is the queen going to do here?
It's best.
Like, the queen can't do anything here. It just sucks. White has all the time in the world. White's queen is like completely unhindered. Those two rooks are just like doing all the work of like 3 pieces. See, now this is the move that actually might free up the position, because now you can try and find a place to trade off one of the rooks, which relieves a lot of the pressure. Once you get that rook off the 7th rank, then it feels like white's position is nowhere near as good, because then black has like actual breathing room to make some plays. And I do feel like this is actually like the exact kind of environment IronFoot thrives in. Just like he's just like, give me an inch, and I can take a mile. He can do so much with so little. And every time I play him, like without fail, he's like, ooh, can't do that. There's this crazy tactic of like 20 moves.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for that to
like
come out here.
What he does is just the equivalent of telling you to uninstall.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Black is trying to untangle the pieces right now. I'm still
he's literally... You know what he's doing? He's literally just trying to, like, pipe everything through F, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is he literally just trying to sneak everything out through this, like, one little line?
But you can't just take everything and dump it out through the F file, because then...
Why not?
Again, because then you just allow rook d8.
So what? He can have rook d8.
Rook d8 seems like a bit of a problem. I don't know. I feel like Iron's just making moves for the sake of making moves. I don't see...
No, Iron knows what he's doing here, I believe. I'm not a hater like you.
I don't know. It really feels like...
You can even remove the rook from the back rank now. You do not even need to defend that back rank with now that the bishop's there. Because like the reason that you couldn't do anything on the back rank before is because it threatened to fork between the king and the queen. Now that the queen and the king are no longer forked by that battery, you don't care anymore. You can just move the king up and you're chilling. Like that like closed off file actually works in black's favor now, because like once you move the bishop out, you can just tuck the king into g7, and then like it's it's so well protected. There's like nothing you can do there.
This is like one of the troubles of playing. This is one of the troubles of playing against Iron when you have positions like this. It's almost like fighting, again, like no offense to Iron whatsoever. It kind of feels like you're fighting against...
It's so well protected. There's like nothing you can do there.
This is like one of the troubles of playing... This is one of the troubles of playing against Iron when you have positions like this. It's almost like fighting, again, like no offense to Iron whatsoever. It kind of feels like you're fighting against like just a cockroach, like a big MMA fighter that just does not go down. Like you get these positions here where you did everything right. You have total control of the D file. All like, look at Black's pieces. They're not doing anything right now. And it just feels like there's nothing to do here. Like, how do you take this advantage that you have over the position and just turn it into something concrete. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't think anyone would ever want to play here with the black pieces, but what do you do here?
I think I would take black here. I'm not gonna lie.
You would take black? Like, that's insane.
I think
don't
I
know.
would. Like 20 moves ago, I would have taken white when the rooks were controlling the back space so much. I guess maybe I might have still considered black because, like, the thing is, it only matters if you can make sure to leverage that advantage until it's no longer an advantage. Like, you have to get something out of that. So I would have to, like, look at the position longer to see if I'm confident I can keep it locked down.
God, this kind of reminds me in some way.
That's weird.
No, I think this move makes sense. You need to get your knight into the game somehow, and the knight's just not.
And so you do that by moving it to a place where it has no moves?
The knight's just not doing anything on F3. Like, the knight has to move
do
backwards
anything here?
somewhere. I think the knight might be trying to reroute to B5 maybe. Knight B1, knight B1, knight C3.
Or
knight
maybe
B5.
like A3.
Yeah, but
Yo,
trying to get...
like, what if, like, B1, A3, B5, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to play knight B1.
Yo?
No, is he changing his mind?
No! What?
Ah, he changed his mind. He plays A4 instead. All right.
We got a 0.
Okay. No. But this basically solidifies the plan. The knight B1 is just happening. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Knight B1 is happening.
Is that a bet?
I'll bet you. I don't even know what I would bet you.
Bet me a best of 3.
A best of 3?
Yeah, if you win, then you play me in a best of 3, and if I win, then I play you in a best of 3.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, look at that. Knight B1 on the board. That knight is taking an express train all the way to the B5 square.
Does it do anything useful, though? That's, like, the key.
So, the idea here, I think, is knight B5, rook C7, attacking the queen. The queen goes to A8, and then rook A7.
Or...
Rook A7, rook A7, rook D7.
Hang on. Crazy thought. What if... Oh, yeah. Actually, like, rook A7. And then that gives white space to attack B6 as well as F7.
Yep, exactly. I think those rooks are getting into the game.
No, he moves it back.
Yeah, again, there's just nothing for black to do in this position.
That's funny.
Reloading the gun. That's like if you're an FPS, you're just pressing the R key to reload. Look at it. Iron is just moving his pieces back and forth. It's really up to Blub to find a way to crack through in this position. Again, you have everything you want here.
But Iron's position is so solid.
Is it?
Yeah, like there's so many like lines of defense.
It feels tough. It kind of just feels like Blub can basically
except
put
this
anywhere.
Actually, I just noticed this move. Yeah, this kind of sucks for black. Whoa! Wasn't expecting that one.
I don't know how to feel about this though. I feel like taking all the pieces here was a little bit too preemptive.
Possibly. Like you can just take that pawn. No, you can't. Never mind.
No, you can't even take the pawn.
I think you have to trade down here, right?
Yeah, but if you trade down rook b8,
oh no, he gives up. He gives up the pawn. He gives up the pawn. No, he doesn't give up the pawn because he has to defend the rook. I'm stupid. Haha.
I really think knight b5 should have been played. I feel like knight b5 rook c7 was it, but this position just feels so much more. It just feels so much more like.
I think that d5 is better. Knight d5 feels better than b5 here to me. because it threatens that fork and it also threatens B5, an attack on B6.
Okay, yeah. In this position now, yeah, I have to agree with you there. Yeah.
And now, look, you can even just put the knight there just to put a face in front of that, too.
Yeah.
Alright, come on, see it. Blub.
How's it going in here?
Got it.
How you guys doing?
We are
Hey, it's going, it's
commentating.
going. We are watching
What are you doing?
We're watching Iron versus Blub right now. I don't know if you paid attention to the game, but Blub kind of had
It's
everything
been
he
kinda
wanted in the
nuts.
position, but he wasn't able to find a way to break through Iron's defense here.
I think he's finding his way now, though.
An Iron defense.
Oh my god, this guy. You think you got
This is
jokes?
why people
Think you're
this is why
funny?
people talk about you when you're not here.
Oh no.
Only good things.
I just, by the way, to everyone in chat, I just want to say, huge thanks. If you guys, give a virtual round of applause to UNLorD and Zai. UNLorD has been doing this for 5 hours. Commentating for 5 hours is not easy. So UNLorD, you've been doing an awesome job. Appreciate it a ton. Zai, not quite as long, but also Zai, fantastic commentator.
Yeah, I'm not as good as the commentators on Lord. I'm not as good at the game,
All right,
so I don't
okay.
see as much.
I'm getting back to it. We will have one more round. Just a reminder to everyone, it's an 8-round tournament. This is round 7, so we'll have one more after this.
Got to do Thug Finals too, where the tournament winner plays you.
No.
It's
Thug
an all or
Finals.
nothing, double or nothing. If they
It's
win,
Thug
they double their
Finals.
money straight from Colt's paycheck. If nothing, then Colt pockets all the money. Could you?
No, like at local Smash tournaments, or at Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments too. Like what we do is like there's like the tournament with the prizing, right? But then like after that, the winner of that tournament has to play like the player that everybody knows is the best, because like usually that player is just there chilling, and that's Thug Finals. Like there's finals, but then there's Thug Finals where you play for like the real title. It's the secret boss.
Could you imagine, like, in the previous chess world championship when it was Nepo versus Ding? Like, after Ding won, he just, like, Magnus just shows up out of nowhere like a Dark Souls
Just
final
out
boss.
of the door.
You just hear boss
Stone
music
Cold
playing.
Steve Austin theme. So good.
That would have been fantastic. Anyway, the position here is becoming much more dynamic now. There's quite
This
a few
feels
pawns
really good
to
for
contend
White.
with. Yeah, I was gonna say the C pawn is.
That knight is so brutal. What do you do versus that knight? It's just kind of there. Oh my gosh. What do you do when White goes knight f6? What do you do when White goes knight f6?
Well, we're not gonna know quite just yet. We're gonna take a quick break from commentating on the game. It just got word from our producer. It looks like our cameraman just crashed from the world, so we're gonna just take a bit of a breather. I know it was a bit of an unfortunate time, but right now the camera is on just the two of us. Aha!
Awesome.
Really good jazz song. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. All right, well, bishop g7, we can call out the algebraic notation. Queen e7.
Yes, because that's what
queen f8.
That's not even queen e7. That's queen f8.
Queen, bishop f8.
Yep. All right. When in doubt, there's only one thing we can do in a situation when it's just the two of us. Zai, this is no longer a chess stream. This is our stream. This is our live
This is
talk
our
show.
stream. This is our... Yeah,
Yes.
all right.
We're hijacking it, ladies and gentlemen. This is ours now. If you want chess, you gotta give us the donos. We're gonna set it right now, $100,000. $100,000 donations to take the chess, to take all the chess.
Yeah, not even
content
for
back to us.
charity, just for us.
Yep, not even. Yeah, this is going straight into my pockets.
Yeah. We're undercutting Twitch even.
We can make it if we.
I'm not as good at dancing as UNLorD.
What?
I prefer performing with my voice than my body.
Yeah. All right. We're getting word from our producer. Our producer is coming back on. Our cameraman will be back on into the chess world in just a moment. So you will be catching the action in just a moment. So stay put. We will have
M3.
definitely at the very least the final round will be available for all of us to watch. But just keep posted. Just hang on tight. Chill with Zai and myself. We're gonna be having some great you and us time here, folks.
If it makes you guys feel better, you're missing like most of the important moves.
Only the most important moves. Oh no! What is even happening in the position? Oh god! It feels like there's still so much chess left to be played.
White has now a passed pawn. Black's trying to scrun. Wow, I thought this was completely won for White, but now like Ironfoot's doing the thing that he does where he like won't let you win, and like is making it super painful.
Well, Zai, given the fact that none of the viewers can see the board right now, we could basically say any move we want, and the viewer base is gonna have no choice but to believe us. Can you believe it? White is winning with 7 queens on the board as we speak. There is mate in 26 with 7 queens on the board. That's totally
It's actually a puzzle position. I've seen this on Elite Chess.
Yeah. It's gonna be like a sextuple queen sacrifice in order to get at the king.
Ooh, that pawn is a little hard to defend. Oh, what?
All right. Looks like our cameraman is back live. We will be switching back to the action in just a moment, so keep your eyes peeled, folks. We are back live with the live position.
The game's basically over.
No, don't say that. You're gonna make it sound like they just missed everything.
I mean, they kind of did.
No.
They missed like 4 pieces coming off.
Nah, they were just pawns and queens. Who cares about pawns and queens?
Yeah, but literally the queens went off the board.
Who cares? Yeah, this
is why we don't like Colt in the Worlds usually.
Yeah, I bet you if Colt didn't walk up, just butt his way into the commentary zone right now, that goof up wouldn't have happened. So you know what they say. Thanks.
This is why we yell at him so that he actually listens to us.
Yeah. Colt might be
like
good.
If you don't just like scream at him in his face, he like won't like respect you. So you have to like, make sure that he knows his place in the pecking order. He knows his stuff about chess, but
that's about it. That's all he knows. Yeah, Colt is good at chess and nothing else. Yep, definitely,
Dude,
totally.
This feels winning for Black now. How did this happen?
Pieces got traded off, and now Black has an outside passer.
But like White was winning
outside
before.
passers are
He had like 1.5 pass pawns. What happened? Where did the pass pawn go?
Shit happens, man. I wouldn't put it past the players. I bet one of them knew that our cameraman was about to go offline for just a moment, and they just took that opportunity to just pawn off the table.
I've been watching it the whole time. There's no funny business. Maybe Ironfoot was just like sandbagging to like.
Oh yeah.
He's like conditioning, the Twitch chat just in case anyone's like feeding Blub information. He only actually started trying when the camera was off.
It kind of reminds me of like those memes you hear about like best of 3 matches where one team gives one team wins just so that they get false hope, and then they just get reversed.
And now he will try.
Yes.
Sonic's chat will get that reference.
Forgive me, Master, for it.
One's in chat if you get that reference.
Woo! Let's go.
Everyone gets that reference. Do you know where that's from? And now he will try. He doesn't know. He doesn't play Smash.
No, unfortunately, I am not a Smash player. But
Sonic's chat is.
It's hard for Black to push this. It's definitely hard for Black to push this a pawn.
Dude,
there's not really much you can do.
Ironfoot is just so But like White's
resilient.
pieces are so tied up, like keeping pressure on that pawn. Like you have to stop it. You can't let that
Yeah.
pawn get any more momentum. Like White has the pawn advantage on the king side, but it's going to be so hard to make use of that when both of his pieces are tied up trying to prevent that a pawn from getting anywhere.
Yeah, White's
Like the rook is behind the pawn. Like what do you do?
There's not much to be done, unfortunately.
This feels winning for black. How does it feel winning? He was losing.
I think honestly, you just need.
Why is IronFoot so good?
There it is.
This isn't fair.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe I'm just upset because I see, like, this is what happens with me all the time. Like, I'll get Colt in a position that's, like, surely winning, and then he'll just weasel his way out. And it's like, man, that was going to be the one time I finally beat you.
And
couldn't just let me have it.
Chuck just,
This is a really tactical way to advance this pawn.
Oh,
Looking
God.
to fork, though. Oh.
No, this is tough. The pawn is just gonna push now.
Yeah, this is the tactics push. You can just
stop that pawn when the pawn goes to b2.
You can't. Instead. And then once you get to there, then you just throw the check in and like you have to move your king. You have to move your king. Yeah.
Oh God.
No, that's not there.
Oh God, things are falling apart. Oh no, yo, Blub's throwing his hands
can't
out
go
in
there. No,
frustration. He
Blub.
knows this is tough.
Blub, no.
Oh God, this is brutal.
You can't do that,
No,
Blub.
he has to play. Yeah, that's the only move. No way. Is there bishop? Is there bishop check anyway?
There's bishop check anyway.
Is there bishop check? There is bishop check anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You can't take it because there's rook check with check. Oh my God. Oh my God, pieces
no,
are flying off.
Not like
oh
this.
my God. Okay. This is still
Why is
theoretical draw.
IronFoot so good?
If both pawns come
Theoretical
off the board, it's still
draw.
theoretical draw. Yeah. It's not over yet. It's not over. This is still. Oh, White can still draw this.
I don't know if he trades rooks.
Yeah, no. If he trades rooks, it's over. But if both pawns somehow come off the board, everything like all the status quo just as is, then it'll be fine.
Oh no, that doesn't do it.
No, that doesn't.
What are they on
This doesn't
time?
cut it.
My camera's not positioned well.
Blub's at 30 seconds. Iron's at 1:30.
Oh jeez.
Oh, he's resigning. Iron won. Oh my God. Oh, the bishop
that's
check.
so mean.
Oh, that bishop check was nasty. Oh, that was non-kosher.
I don't even remember what I wanted to ask.
That was actually not
okay.
suitable for children under the ages of 13. That was ridiculous. That bishop
Or
check
above
was
the ages of 13. That was disgusting.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm so glad I called that before it landed on the board, though. That bishop check was gross.
Yeah, the bishop check was pretty nasty. I'm glad you saw that. Yeah, they're going back to the position with the queens on the board.
I think
where the
knights
where the rooks were stacked.
Yeah, I think in that position, I think Blub just had to take. He had no choice. He had to take.
How does Iron play like this? It really is a mystery.
He
really is.
Wow,
he really
what
has a
a
bright
way to
future in
go.
chess. I hope he keeps getting better.
Yeah, but hearts out to Blub though. That's one of those games that makes you want to punch a hole through your wall.
Dude, I can't imagine. Like we were talking before the camera went live. He was like 7th, and then he was like, "Man, I'm gonna play against IronFoot. Now I'm gonna get 14th." And then he like got into that beautifully advantageous position, like he was up pawns and stuff. And then he lost it all to that one measly pawn on the A file. Feels so bad for him. He's gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
I would be so mad. Dude, Iron is so good though. If you're gonna lose to anyone, like there's no shame in losing to Iron at all. He's such a monster.
Absolutely none. That's 100% true. Anyways, we are going to take a bit of a break before we watch the very last game.
Iron.
We are going to have our featured first place matchup, first place versus second place in our very last game. So keep yourself posted. We'll be right back.
All the mark.
Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy.
All right. Hello and hello, everyone. We are about to enter round 8, the final round of the 2023 Winter Invitational VR Chess Tournament. We are here live right now. My name is UNLorD. Hello, everybody. I am joined here
And I'm
with
Ziacha.
Ziacha. Let's go. We are going to pull no stops here. We are going to go immediately to the first feature matchup, first place versus second place. Just to let you all in
We've
on
already
the standings
started
right now. Yep, we already started. First, looks like we have D-Pawn opening from
Also, it's Trustworthy versus MyQueenGetsAround. Trustworthy's on black, Queen is on white.
Yeah.
Got a Queen's
My Queen
pawn.
gets around a little bit of a dark horse here. Currently in second place versus Trust.
A little bit lower rated.
But
only
not...
about 800 point difference. Not too bad. Trustworthy really thinking about this first move.
Oh, did he disconnect?
I hope not. That would be so sad.
Or is he really thinking hard about that first move to play?
He is not moving.
Yeah, he's not moving. No, his hand's moving. He's still thinking. Looks like he's talking.
He looks frozen to me.
Oh, okay. It looks like
no,
there's some discussion happening between both players right now, both prior to the start of the match. Looks like Trustworthy's requesting silence.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, and he plays the Dutch. Oh, that's a man after my own heart. Oh, and we go with a Hopton attack, followed by G3. Oh man, the Hopton attack is one of the scariest ways to play against the Dutch. And there's two ways to play against it. There's G3 and H3. H3 is the scary way to play against it. G3 is definitely the safer option. Oh man, this is a man who's after my own heart. This is exactly how I would play against this opening.
UNLorD's a well-known Dutch player in our community.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does a silly opening that doesn't work.
There's a couple of openings that I fear that White could try to try against the Dutch defense. And
is this normal?
Yeah, this is normal.
Really? Like bringing that pawn up is normal. Interesting.
Yeah, this is normal.
I guess it makes sense because you want to like get the attack going as soon as possible on that king side, right?
Yeah.
No reason to sit around and wait. I am happy for you. You got to see a really fun opening. This looks like it's going to shape up to be a really crazy game. I'm excited for it too.
Yeah,
I'm here for the wackiness.
This is definitely a learning point for me. But the thing about this is that Black's pretty happy in this position here. Black kind of has everything they want because usually you're going to be playing this H6 move anyway. And this move came with tempo, which is really nice.
Really? H6 is played anyways. Interesting.
Yeah, H6 is a move that's commonly played after castling once the knight is on F6. So it's kind of nice that this move gets to come with tempo. So give Black a few moves, allow Black to potentially castle, put the king on H7, and we're going to have a pretty fine and dandy position here. Yeah, standard moves being played from both opponents right now.
It's funny that you're saying standard moves because nothing about this looks standard to me.
It's tough. The Dutch is just a different opening. It's just
this looks like something I would play with my zero knowledge of openings.
It's just this is just not the most beginner friendly opening. Do not try this at home, children. Like, I sometimes play games with the Dutch and I just get destroyed in like less than 15 moves. It just happens. This is a very unforgiving opening. There's like openings in chess where you can play like some inaccurate moves, like one or two moves that are not the best, and you'll still be totally fine. The Dutch has no room for that.
It's a glass house.
Yeah.
So which side do you usually castle in this? Because I know that when you play the Dutch, you usually castle king side. But with this particular opening, it feels so good. Like, castling king side seems suicidal here.
No, I would castle king side.
Really?
100%,
Okay.
yeah. You almost never castle queenside when you're playing the Dutch. It just does not happen.
For you. I do have to admit, I don't like the lack of development on King's queenside. It feels pretty stuffy over there.
Oh, are you talking about like the light squared bishop and the knight?
And the rook too. Like,
So-
it just feels like it's going to take so long to get all those out, and it feels like white has a lot of opportunities to make it stuffy to get those out of there.
The thing about so this is one thing that's kind of unique towards the Dutch. Your bishop basically doesn't really move that much. It kind of does a pretty good job on its square currently. You put your pawn on f5 and you need something to protect the pawn. So the bishop just stays there. The knight is either going to go to either c6, a6 or d7, just depending on what white does. There's quite a couple of options here. So there's not really too much that needs to be done right now. The only move that I was a little surprised by was queen to e7. That's not quite a normal Dutch move. Usually after castling, then you'll play a move such as queen e8 instead. But it does kind of the same thing. Eventually, what black will want to do is push the e5 pawn at some point. Not right now, because that would potentially lose a pawn. But in the future, maybe an e5 pawn push is warranted here after a move like knight g4.
Oh, just preventing that knight from jumping in. All right, I like it.
Yeah, you have to do this because eventually your queen's going to move and the c7 pawn is going to be pretty tender.
Tender. I like that.
Mm.
A very interesting position. No pieces off the board yet. Where does white's king go here?
Probably kingside castle. I don't see a reason to do anything else.
I mean, do you kingside castle when
there's
such a big
there's
hole?
Rook C1. Black isn't really threatening anything from what I can tell. Immediately.
Really?
I don't see any
You don't
danger
think so?
for a queenside castle. No.
Because like as soon as that knight moves anywhere, you can hop in with the knight on g4, and then you're threatening some stuff.
I mean, the knight on g4 isn't really doing anything. All knight g4 is doing is trying to bolster an e5 pawn push, but there's no kingside shenanigans that is happening because the knight on f3 is sufficiently defending the h4 pawn.
I don't know. G4 feels like it's going to happen at some point. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe not. We'll just have to see. Alright, Trust does elect to play knight to d7, so everything is going pretty swimmingly here.
Pretty normal opening.
Yep, this is standard Dutch, if I do say so myself.
Standard
Yeah,
Dutch.
Did you see the opening? It was
This
a Hopton
goofy
attack.
pawn structure.
Do you even know what the Hopton attack is called?
Colt might be muted.
Oh no, Colt.
He's just smiling at the
Oh, I'm
camera.
muted. I was muted. I was talking the whole time. Is the Hopton attack? Is that the early bishop g5, or is that something else?
Bishop g5 move 2.
It is pretty good.
Yes.
It's
I'm actually looking at
one of
the.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you're looking at the.
I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. So Trust has a full point lead right now. Trust has 7 out of 8. Right, hasn't lost a single game. MyQueenGetsAround did lose 1. So all Trust needs is a draw in order to secure the first placed $500 prize. MyQueenGetsAround needs to win this. He needs to win this, and if he wins it, then they both split the pot. So yeah, but even a draw nets Trust the tournament victory.
Yeah, it's surprising that Trust elected to go for a Dutch though. But this is his bread and butter. This is what he
This
knows.
is bread and butter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, not the safest opening per se, but when you just know an opening, then that just becomes your that becomes the best opening.
Yeah, actually, let me get an analysis board. I want to hop in on the analysis for this
do it.
final game.
Do it. It'd be pretty funny if we just muted Colt. We just talked over him for the entire time.
Just completely ignore his presence. That would be really funny, but that would also be pretty mean. I'd feel really bad about doing that too.
Nah.
That'd be a great meme, but I don't think I could do it to Colt. I would feel too bad.
This position looks pretty imposing.
I like this position for black.
Yeah, it definitely feels.
Actually, I like this. I like
is-
both of them. What the heck? I love the pawn structures. I think black. No, because like white's gotta move this knight now, and see now. It feels like so crunchy.
The only place to move it is
like
knight
all those
d7.
pawns.
I don't. Wow, he moves it back to g1.
Maybe just rerouting it to like f4. That can't be right.
Wow, that has to be the idea. Knight h3, knight h3, knight f4.
I mean, but like that doesn't seem like a good idea to me.
Man, it's hard to say. The positions with the Dutch are just so wild. One thing that black does have to be a little bit mindful of right now is the fact that the pawn on g6 is undefended. That's something to keep in mind. You can, again, after castling, you can defend it later with a move like king h7, or you could even play queen f7 right now. But that's just things to keep in mind for the position.
I don't know if black's gonna castle.
It feels like black should castle. I would castle.
It feels like neither player is gonna castle. Because like what I'm thinking, like as black, I want to keep g5 as a threat. Oh no, never mind. He's better than me. I trust his judgment. I guess he's not going g5.
I mean, I feel like white's game plan here is pretty telegraphed here. You're gonna play knight h3. I mean, why else would you play knight g1? Maybe you can play c5 here. c5 might not be well, but c5 check, you allow king h7 anyway. King h7 is what the board wants to do. Wow, what is this? Knight to knight d5.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one.
Okay, so
yeah, I take that too.
The reason why I don't like knight d5
doubles up the pawns.
Yeah.
Makes it harder. Now, like, white's just constructing a wall for himself that he has to walk around. Like, as black, do you even take that pawn? I just leave the pawn because then it's like defending the king.
It's hard to say.
Right, like, see, the queen is like here defending the pawn and threatening the king, but like you can't do anything to move that pawn if black doesn't do anything to move it for you. So I feel like as black, you just leave that pawn there, and then you know that your king is just safe on that diagonal. It makes what does white bishop do? It's so bad.
It's the thing is that a2 to g8 diagonal is kind of like the breath and fire for white in these positions here, and by having your pawn on d5, what are you?
Yeah.
What?
Like. It's just it's not very good.
It's just.
Admittedly, I don't see black's attack yet. Maybe he is just playing for a draw, just like trying to play solid and exchange everything down. But also, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
If he was putting pressure on the pawn, okay.
Again, just king. Oh yeah, you can play this.
More pressure on the pawn. Okay. Also stacking up that rook queen. Laplace's gun, right? Or no? Someone's gun. Yeah, that's the one.
Alekine's gun is with both rooks and the rooks and the queen.
Constructing it. It's constructing it. It's still midway.
Yeah, he's two-thirds of the way there. Do you jump your knight in here? Can you jump your knight in?
That's what I was thinking. Like, see, I told you. G4 is happening sometime. It's gonna happen. Trust. If he does G4, do you even do anything? Like, Your bishop's doing a fine job of defending everything. You don't really want to give up your bishop, do you?
It's hard to say. But White's time is ticking here.
Yeah,
Right now,
quite heavily. I mean, I don't.
White has less than half his time left.
I feel White's pain right here of like, what do you do?
It's tough because
like you can jump the knight in, but it doesn't do anything.
Actually, no. Wait, no. If you jump your knight in, there's bishop takes d5, forking the queen and the knight.
Oh, true. Yeah. So that's like super bad. Definitely shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels so bad.
This is tough. That
you can't move the pawn forward.
Is just terrible. Like, your position would be so much better if that pawn just straight up did not exist.
Yeah.
Like, take that pawn out.
See,
and your position
that's what I was saying.
Isn't that
like,
sad?
Like that knight move seems so questionable.
I don't know.
I wonder what the idea behind it was.
Like, it feels like the only way for White to make any like sort of progress is to like move the bishop out of the way, then reroute the knight to e2. I don't know. That knight just does not have a home. If you could land the knight on e6, that'd be great, but it's just tactically defended right now. There's no place for it.
Can you do that?
Oh, and he plays it. So
I guess you can do that.
No, there's just bishop takes
pawn.
Oh,
no. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, bishop takes pawn, and then you just lose the knight.
Yeah, knight's gone. Good night. This is tough.
Okay, Colt.
Lamau. Is there any other move here besides bishop takes pawn? This should be. I mean, this is just.
Probably not. Like that you can't. There's no checks on the board, so you don't really have to worry about that.
No, there's no checks. Yeah, Trust plays it. There it is. Bishop takes pawn. That's White's gonna be a piece down.
That feels like the end of the game.
This is pretty much over. You can play.
Oh, that's not terrible either. No, yeah, that's actually pretty terrible. No, you just take it with queen.
Just take the queen, or take the knight with the queen.
Yep, that's it. And like that, not only like doesn't defend it, but it also forces down another trade, which is awful for White.
Yeah, pieces are just flying off the board, and you do not want this to happen when you are down material.
I'm surprised that Queen made it. Like he's only 1900, right? So to make it to second place is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Trustworthy's just kind of punishing it.
Yeah, he might fall down a little bit here, unfortunately, though. But
that's alright.
This is pretty.
Still had a beautiful performance throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Okay. He doesn't like to take. Knight takes versus queen takes. Tomato. I would just want the queens off the board. I would just stick with the queen. But Trust takes with the knight. I mean, by all means. I'm a little bit concerned about this move. I was concerned about this because it feels like now the knight's pinned to the queen. Hello.
But like, there's nothing. There are zero real threats against that knight though, so it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. So
like you have just unlimited time to fix that.
Just to catch you up to speed. Unfortunately, Queen he lost to a tactical blunder. He put his knight on e6, and there was just a tactic that led to him losing a piece. He's currently a piece and no compensation.
Yeah. And
basically shut off
Black
his
even
entire
has like a potential attack right now.
Yeah. So this is just a tough situation overall.
Yeah.
To be in.
Looks like Trust might be trying to prep F4 here to open the position up.
Yeah, F4 would be pretty nice. Oh, he's just ripping everything open.
Yeah, the more the position opens up, the more the piece advantage is felt.
Yeah, and then I think
So
I don't know,
that
just
is what
rookie.
Trust is aiming for here.
Yeah, just play simple chess, rookie 8.
Yeah, load up on the
Attack
backwards
the backwards
pawn.
pawn. Yep.
hmm
Knight f6
Yeah, this is
instead.
also fine. Yeah, just knight g5, knight g4 is probably the idea.
Well,
Also,
wait,
for,
isn't
preparing
is
a
there
queen
rook-
trade.
Mhm.
So queens are now looking at each other. So white needs to not trade queens since they're down a piece. All right, simplifying would be
there's
bad.
I mean, God, this is tough.
I do not see
Yeah, I
anything
mean,
White can do here.
When you're down a piece without compensation, it's
Yeah.
tough.
It's just tough, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
also, yeah, the
rook
time
c8,
disadvantage is also pretty
players.
major.
Yeah. Oh my god!
So-
Now that you mention it, White only has 35 seconds left. 35 seconds left
How
versus
long
3.5
does Black
minutes.
have? 3.5
3.5
minutes.
minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Oh
tough.
god. Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way.
I don't
Trust
think.
for this too
Yeah,
good.
I'm not sure about this one. What about? Could we maybe take a look at one of the other games? Would that be? Are any other ones exciting here? Oh yeah, wow, Queen just
No,
full
all
on
the-
sacks is Queen.
No,
Well,
this is the only
all
game that we have.
Yeah, this is
I see, I
the
see.
only game that we have.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
this is
unfortunately,
over.
Yeah.
All right,
Unfortunately,
get
I'm
ready,
not-
Colt.
yeah,
You have
he
to play.
resigns.
You have to play Trustworthy
Yeah.
next.
Yeah. Huge congratulations to Trustworthy, taking 8 out of
Yeah,
8
Trust-
games.
Oh, is
That
it?
is phenomenal chess being played by Trust. He wins the
Mm, yeah,
$500.
yeah.
He's crazy.
He's actually
Yep,
correct.
yep.
The one titled player we have in our scene manages to take home the trophy. That is such great gameplay
Okay.
happening. I'm so glad he won with the
Go get
with
him,
the
go get
Dutch.
him.
Dutch players go.
Look at this nepotism. The Dutch family. I guess it's
go-
somewhat based.
Okay. I'm gonna like living vicariously through Trust right now. He's kind of inspired me again with the Dutch. It's nice being able to see a person just take it and just take names with it. It's so
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, everything Trust played that I saw looked so solid. You know, it's not like most of the people I play are like, okay, so I don't know where the theory goes from here. Like, it seemed like he knew every bit and piece of it. Knew exactly how to exploit every single weakness he saw. And I guess, like, there's a little bit of silver plattering there going on with that knight. Like, I would have taken that knight too, and I would have doubled up, and I'm like, this diagonal seems really important to you. I don't know why you'd close that off for yourself. But still, you know, props to Trust for seeing it, executing on it. Can't take that from him.
It's tough. It's the thing that's actually
crazy.
pretty interesting too is that Trust bought a VR headset specifically for this tournament. He was a PC player prior to this, and we told him well in advance that this tournament may require a VR headset, and he just went out and got it. And now he's gonna get comped for it. I mean, how
Yeah,
nice
I
is
mean,
that?
I mean, if you're that good, you might as well, right?
Yeah, you might as well. Oh my gosh. There's actually going to be quite a few players tied for second. Silver beats Iron, who was in third place, to get 6 out of 8 points. And on top of that, BoxPizza beats Zero Tommy, also getting to 6 points. There was one person left who might also get 6 out of 7 points. There's Brian versus Shark Engine right now. Their game is still underway. Unfortunately, we don't have the camera system quite set up to view that game just yet. But if Brian is able to hold out that game, then he'll be able to get second place. We might have a potential 4-way tie for second.
Nice. Yeah, some great chess played here today. Like, every game we played had some pretty interesting stuff. Very little boring games all the way through.
Yeah, everything has been phenomenal, especially that one game. I still think about the game of who was it? It was
Iron.
Blub versus Iron. That was
Yeah.
fantastic. I want to say that was like the game of the
Iron
tournament.
is so mean.
All right, all right.
Hey, man of the
We
hour.
have our
I
winner.
apologize for any
We
loud
have-
phones.
We have our winner from our 2023 VR Chess Winner Invitational. Hello, Trust. Taking names 8 out of 8. Perfect tournament. How do you feel, buddy?
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
he
did
got
you just
something.
crash? Oh my gosh,
No,
he
he
just
crashed.
He was.
There's it's 'cause
We'll be
there's so
right
many
back,
people
folks.
up here right now, so I think that's what caused it.
Mhm.
Oh wait, no, he's still here.
Oh,
Uh,
Just lagging.
Back, guys, can y'all back up? Everybody in here, back up a little bit, so maybe he won't lag. Yeah, he is on a quest.
Wait, if he disconnects us, is he disqualified from round 8?
Yeah. Oh,
There you
yeah,
go.
there-
no.
Booped out of existence. Well, he'll be back,
Congratulations
he'll be
to our
back.
new
We'll do
winner,
that.
Queen.
Alright, let's go. Be like.
Queen, get up here.
Alright,
We
just,
need confetti.
Let me see. Let me take a look. We don't have the other scores yet. We don't. Other scores are not defined yet.
So right now, silver beat iron. So silver is going to have 6 points. Queen has 6 points. BoxPizza is going to have 6 points. If Brian Sion is still playing against Shark, if Brian Sion wins, then he'll also have 6 points. So there could be Shark also has 5 points. So there is a potential guaranteed 4-way tie for second in terms of points.
Yeah. Now, if that happens, so just for anybody that's for people in chat that are watching, the way that works is it doesn't go to tiebreak. Essentially, the players split the combination of second, third, fourth, etc. Right? So everyone will get prizes in that way. That's kind of the way it works.
Is that normal for chess tournaments?
Yes, that's normal.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
normally, usually you have a certain distribution, right? But it just can happen sometimes where, nobody got 7, nobody got 7.5, right? Nobody got 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gotcha.
So you end up with
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Some players getting that. Yeah, basically, the more draws there are in a tournament, the more likely that happens, right?
Gotcha.
In an extreme event, you could have every person drawing every game, and everybody would tie for first.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. But let me see if we could call silver or even queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just got his prize and just got off. He's like, I got it. I'm out.
He's just like, oh, I won for 8 out of 8. All right, I'm gonna head out. You can send me a check later. Bye, guys. Peace. Just mic drop. Just
Yeah, great games played though. That was it would have been. I admit I'm a little disappointed it wasn't more exciting down to the wire, but sometimes
what happens
real life
sometimes.
isn't as romantic as the stories. Sometimes you just get those blowouts in the
Trust is
final.
back in the instance.
Yeah, nothing can be as romantic as
Oh,
war,
where is he?
unfortunately.
So camera right there. So
we are live.
We got my queen gets around.
Yeah.
So, Queen,
uh,
you I'll let you take it. I'll let you take it.
Yeah. So second place at least. I think you're tied with a few other people, but must feel pretty good at least.
Could have done
How are you
better,
feeling about
but
that
yeah.
last game though?
I'm just upset about the game where it crashed, and I lost because of it. But yeah, the last game was good.
Well,
Yeah,
to
how
be
about
fair,
that
your
night
time was really
move?
long.
It was premature.
Premature for sure, because once those pawns were doubled up, it felt like it closed off that entire diagonal, and that felt kind of rough for your entire position.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with that line of the Dutch where I'm playing Bishop D5 is kind of new to me, but it's fun. So
Yeah, it
usually
looked like fun.
Phia and Kettle.
It was crazy. It was a crazy game.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, and after that, it felt kind of rough to come back from that. Trust
there's no
just
coming
closed down
back.
the
I mean-
position so well.
I mean, chess is unforgiving, right? If you're down material, it's and the position is horrible, then it's a miserable time.
Sometimes that's all it is. Yeah, not much else to say about it.
No, it was a good game. So I was glad. This was a great event, by the way. It was. This is the best chess room as well. I mean, it actually feels like a real tournament, and there's 60 people here. That's a real over-the-board tournament.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
That's what I love about this format so much is that, obviously it's lacking in some ways between a real over-the-board tournament, but it's such a perfect use of VR chat
I've come across.
Yeah, it's such a perfect use of VR chat. This is exactly what the devs had in mind when they made VR chat. This is what they wanted people to be doing. This kind of stuff, and this really is
it's really
just a
beautiful.
tournament. it might be
Mhm.
the biggest tournament we've ever had, and that there's like cash prizing. There's like a ton of people, like the entire community is here pretty much.
Oh, it's
And
very
it's
exciting.
like a bunch of new faces too.
Yeah, and a lot of work too. I know Colt's been doing a lot of work
Mhm.
here. He was here hours before it even started, just making sure everything was good.
Dude.
So,
The amount of work Colt does for these events cannot be understated. He's here like
No,
hours before, setting up the cameras, making sure that everything's like in perfect place, contacting people to do commentary, talking with chess.com for like prizes.
Yeah, it's
Like
a real
he's
service.
just doing everything. Yeah, it's amazing. I hope he enjoys it. Because I'm sure he does. But it's great to have players like you coming in too, you know? Like you're, what's your rating online? I heard that you're like 1900 or so, right?
yeah, I tend to partake sometimes in the alcohol, which that drops my rating. So, yeah, you know, I said
Fair
tonight
enough.
I'm not doing it. I'm going to play straight up. So there we went. That's
Yeah, well,
what I
good
did.
on you. It that you definitely showed
Yeah.
up. You know, second place is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been better, but it was good.
Opponents. Yeah, congratulations on
And
your second place
losing
position,
to
yeah.
trust of all people as well is like, you know, he's
Yeah,
such a
I'm a
brutal
competitive
player.
person, right? But you know, I was like that's probably going to lose anyways. But I'm a competitive player.
Yeah,
I had my chances.
yeah, give
so
him a run
I-
for his money.
Yeah, I got him scared. I think that's all you got to do. I sometimes I think chess is just a game of bluffing them. You know, it's just like puffing your chest up.
Sometimes it's a mind game, yeah.
You know, it's yeah. So the first person to
Absolutely.
blink loses. So, but yeah,
It's like a standoff, yeah, like a western.
it is. It is. You got to have the guts to make the best move on the board, even though it might be risky.
Absolutely. All right, well, that is our tournament. It looks like we're doing some closing statements here. Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's all we got for the stream, right?
Mhm.
I don't think we're gonna stream the Thug finals. You know, you got to do that behind the Kmart. But
man.
what an awesome tournament!
Yeah.
Is this
So we'll
the
do the
biggest
same thing
tournament
next week,
that
right?
we've ever done?
Yeah, this is the
okay.
biggest one we've ever done.
And it
Yeah, we-
doesn't feel close. Like it feels like it was by like at least like 20%, right?
We had almost 60 people participating in this one. We had 57 total.
I can't think of any tournament that got even close. Like the biggest one I remember is like maybe 25 or something.
Biggest one
But
we
I
had
might
was
have
maybe,
missed some.
like low mid 30s. So yeah, we definitely had the biggest turnout here for this
Yeah.
tournament. So
By a huge
it's-
amount.
It is nice.
Turns
having
out when you
people
put
show up.
$1,000 on the line, people show up, huh?
$22,000 on the line.
$2,000.
$2,000.
Yeah, but some of it's
Yeah.
sponsored, so. Well, not sponsored. That's not the right word, is it? Funded, maybe. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I think we're gonna shut off pretty soon here. Do you know when? Are we already off? Am I talking to nothing?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are we talking to nothing right now, or are we still talking to stream?
No, we're still talking to stream. The stream's still here.
Ah, okay.
Hello.
Let's hear you. Yeah, biggest tournament we've ever had. The #1 seed took it. Yeah, good stuff. Don't know what else there is to say. Do we start dancing again?
Dance for the tournament, dance for the 2023. Hey, let's go.
Yeah, that's all we have. That's all we got.
That's all we got. All right.
Yeah, right.
All right. We'll save
What's
everything for the
going
end.
on?
Yeah, we're dancing for
We're gonna
chat.
save
You want to get in
everything
play?
for the after
Oh,
party.
sorry. Forgot.
Oh,
you can't.
Ooh.
It's okay. Maybe next time you can dance with us, Blue.
We're gonna have you know that
Yeah.
this area, this commentator zone, is for
Full body only,
cool
sorry.
people. Only for cool people allowed. We're gonna have to ask you to leave.
So you don't know what's happening outside?
No.
No.
All right, so stream. I mean, an announcement. This will not be a one-time thing. I plan on putting in another 1K, probably bi-monthly. So look out for that and try to play. Colt, I would like to see you participate in one of those events too that I put in 1K because you're sweaty. I would love to see a match versus Trust.
Colt's pretty sweaty.
We'll get in there.
Money match, huh?
Yeah, I definitely want to see Colt get in there because Colt's literally like one of the best players I've seen in here.
First to 10 money match.
So, yeah, I definitely want to see. But we have Trustworthy right here, so let's interview Trust. Get over here.
Yeah, let's get Trust on for the interview. No, guys.
Yeah, you guys get in.
Chat, you can't see this, but there's literally like 50 people all up here. Guys, can you guys back up so Trust doesn't crash? Let me tell this to everyone.
Good. No, I just had to restart. It's all good. I apologize for crashing though. Great job.
Yeah. This is really cool. Get like a nice angle shot of like the everybody down there before coming back to the camera. Yeah, like get like a nice angle of like everybody down there.
Picture.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some more commentators. Yeah. Colt, you can. Yeah. So.
Turn off the broadcast, because otherwise it has like kind of a muffled sound whenever.
Oh. Okay.
All right. So.
Yeah. So interview time. So congratulations once again, Trustworthy.
Thank you.
You were definitely the sweatiest player here. Like that shit was cracked as all hell. So. I was curious. Who was your toughest opponent? You just have to say. Like who definitely gave you the hardest time?
Definitely Silver.
Silver the Wolf.
Yeah, that game was very stressful. Like on the point of me, just like I don't know, just like my heart pounding out of the chest.
Silver's good. He just turned 18 too, so he's young and very good.
Yeah. Both of them are very teens.
I'm shocked. I didn't realize like he like Silver told me he's like 2300. I've played Silver before. I've gotten a single game off of Silver before, so he'll easily Like my highest rated player I've ever beaten before. So to say that I got a game off of silver and then he's like, oh, by the way, I'm 2300. I'm like, that's even higher than butter.
Yeah. So your game with silver, was that a London? Did he play white or did you play white?
No, I play as white. It was piano game. It was just a very slow piano game, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then it just exploded in the middle game.
Yeah. Sonic's gonna go get silver. And as you were saying, we were talking about over there. In the last game, all you needed to secure the tournament was to get a draw. But you played a Dutch, which is by far, it's a very imbalanced, not drawish opening. So why did you opt to go for a Dutch over something like slower?
Who wouldn't try to go for a perfect score?
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That is fair.
Interview. Yeah.
I thought, I spent more than a minute on the first move. Like, quite literally. I was really just thinking...
okay, so you were really thinking.
Do I play Dutch or something else, right?
Yeah, I saw that against Queen. You, sat there, it was like a minute and a half. I was like, I was just sitting there watching, I was like, it's your turn, right? I was like, your timer's kind of timing right now. So.
That was my opponent who said it. But I thought playing a Nimso. Maybe try to play for Owens, like with B6, or just maybe King's Indian. But then I felt that I should play Dutch, because I didn't want to play against Trumpowski and a Nimso. I just felt that I should play Dutch.
Yeah, fair. And so we got silver in here.
Yeah, I went for a very slow setup there, so just kind of balanced position, but yeah.
So we got silver in here as well. Silver. This is silver runner-ups.
Yeah.
So silver.
Yeah.
Yeah. For chat, by the way, silver swapped from his headset. He's on PC now. That's why he's standing like a plank. So Silver, Trust was saying that his game against you was really, really intense. So that's kind of why we brought you here. We know you did get second, right? You tied for second, so you're definitely going to get a fair amount of prize funds there. But I want to ask you about your game with Trust, and about maybe what games you thought were the most difficult. How did you feel about with Trust? If you remember that.
I kind of feel the same way. My game against Trust was I'm gonna be honest, it was a lot closer than I was expecting it to be. I think I told Trust this as well. I kind of expected to just get wiped. I didn't expect to even get as far as I did, or for it to be as close as it was. There's one critical error, and that was the end of the game. But I'm really happy with the
that's
way
usually how it goes in every game.
Yeah.
If anything,
that's like one critical error in the game and it's over. I'm like, you mean every chess game ever?
There's really only one game in this tournament that I was particularly disappointed with, and that's just because I did something incredibly stupid. I was in a very good position round 7, and then I just blundered mate in 2. But other than that, all of these games were really difficult. I think one of the most difficult games I think in the tournament, the one that stuck out, was actually the one that I played in the second round against Wolfie. Wolfie is a 1600, but almost just brought me to my knees like Trust did.
Wow.
Yeah. He's in the Nimzo India.
Yeah, Wolfie was very strong. I actually got to play a fun game with Wolfie. I'm 1750, and he kind of smoked me. I was like, I resigned. Wolfie's just kind of playing cracked right now. So Wolfie's he's engaged right now.
I played your bot on stream during the intermission while my headset was charging in preparation for the rounds. The trash talk is really funny.
It's meant to be really funny. Yeah, the trash talk is very funny. If you play. Sorry, if you're white and you play a Knights opening, it actually says a really funny line. It's like, are Knights considered furries? So there's a lot of really cute tidbits and fun facts about me in there. So if you play like a Kara Khan, it says something about Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat instead. It's good.
Your bot just told me it's okay to resign now.
Yeah. It's okay to resign now. Goofy.
Oh yeah, it said that a
If
lot.
you blunder a piece, it just calls you Goofy. It's
Yeah, no, I noticed that. It was, like in one of the games that I played against it, it played this really bad knight c6 move, which is just like it's like plus 1.5 for white on like move 6 or 7. And like one move later, it was like it's okay to resign now. It's just like completely dead loss. I was like, okay.
My bad is ruthless. But yeah, congratulations on winning first. You're gonna get a hefty sum of that pot, you know. I would love for you to see you can participate in future tournaments as well. I'll definitely be donating more. Colt, like I said, you need to get in there and be like, I handle you, Trust. You know, you handle Trust before.
Yeah,
you handle Trust.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. That's 10 plus 5. 10 plus 5. Listen,
one of the tournaments.
Blitz tournaments, I have trouble, but if it's this 10 plus 5 kind of tournament, no, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I want to sit down. Yeah, I want to see you compete.
I'll lay you out before you can face Trust.
Yeah. That's the thing. I also have to play against Silver. I have to play against Iron. We got lots of tough names to even
Yeah.
right. Who knows? Maybe.
We'll hopefully get some more stronger players. I really want to see Pendejo play too, because Pendejo is very good.
Yes, Penny is also. Yeah, he's for people that don't know. There's a person here who actually grew up.
That's his,
his name. Yeah, VR chat named Pendejo Grande. Yeah, don't Google translate that.
Bitch,
he learned how to play chess in the New York park. So all the openings that he plays are the worst seeming things that you could expect. You're like, oh, this is trash. I'm gonna destroy this person. But he finds these ways to make them work. Yeah, it's the most annoying thing ever.
Yeah, you're just completely taking some offbeat opening and you die.
In the last round of one of the tournaments that I was playing at here, I think it was the Chessable tournament actually. And oh my goodness, he played the England Gambit and almost completely destroyed me. I was on my toes the entire game. I cannot stress that enough. I'm checkmated right now. I thought I was up 4 pieces.
No, and like he used to smoke me a lot, but I remember the one time I finally got a game of Pendejo, I was like, wait, this is just forced me, right? Wait, because like Pendejo always finds a way to just rob you like immediately, right? So it's like, wait. There was the checkmate. I was like, I popped off so hard. I completely crashed my headset and everything. That shit was so funny. I crashed everything. I was like, because this dude literally he adopted me like 20 times, bro. Like it was bad. To be adopted in chess, for those who don't know, it means somebody beat you like 10 times in a row. Like you just get adopted. So he has adopted me like many times. So I finally got a game. I was like, let's fucking go. Yeah, I want to see Flutter play sometime too.
Yes,
I think Flutter would be really cool.
Flutterwolf. Yeah. There's a few strong players that they couldn't make it. Just for either they were working or some of them went home for Christmas and didn't take their their headsets. So we do have some pretty players. We also might even see about breaking things into two divisions of tournaments and stuff, right? That's one thing to consider. So we have a championship and then a under 1500 tournament like that as well.
Reserve, basically.
Yeah, that's like a quick
exactly.
1500 or under. Yeah, that could be pretty fun as well. Like a beginner's tournament. I don't mind donating to that too. I'll put like $500 in there. You don't mind?
Oh man, yeah. No, that's absolutely amazing.
You have money burning a hole in your pocket, Sonic.
Yeah. XD. But anyways, no, this is a wonderful tournament, like I said. And again, big shout out to you too, Colt, for even working as hard as you do to even make things like this happen. It's really wonderful, and I'm glad.
Yeah, it wasn't just me. It was a bunch of people behind the scenes. I think Angels. I know you had that list.
Angels.
We might need to double check that special thanks list because there was a lot of people helping. So
when the stream ends, maybe put a special thanks as like a credits rolling. That'd be pretty cool for the people behind the scenes and stuff like that. But well. I'm going to be taking my leave. This is really fun. I should charge my stuff. Congratulations again.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you too, Silver.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That'll be all for me from the stream. Yeah. Mwah. Catch you all around.
Hello.
Angels, you can end the stream whenever.
Okay.
Just let me.
Goodbye. I would wave if I could. Bye.
Yeah, the plank.
Are we leaving?
No,
I
but
can't
that,
tell.
that game was really, really intense.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
no, that game
absolutely
was.
loved it.
I wanted to go over that game with you, to be honest. In all honesty.
I wonder what the accuracy would be, honestly. Oh, because I think initially there were a few critical moments, right, where I pushed d4 and had to decide what to take with, and how to position the pieces too. But I went for the most like aggressive and the most like kind of attacking setup there, not just to simplify with